Hello and welcome to Boston, Massachusetts for a key Little East Conference contest between your UMass Boston Beacons and the Western Connecticut State University Colonials. These two teams have met in each of the past two Little East Conference quarterfinals, one here in Boston, one in Danbury. The same result, UMass Boston coming away with a victory that led them all the way to the Little East Conference Championship game. This year, the first time these two teams played, it was Western Connecticut State earning a key overtime victory in the first game of the Little East Conference season and the first matchup between these two sides. UMass Boston looking for some revenge here in the rubber match right after this commercial break.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
And welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center Gymnasium. My name is Seth Lorensky, soon to be joined by Steve Witkowski for this big Little East Conference doubleheader. All four of these teams coming in at either 2-4 or 3-3 in the Little East Conference as they close out the first half of this 14-game conference schedule. Take a look right now at the player to watch. It's the Beacons' lone player from the state of Connecticut, Katie Matthew. The junior out of Coventry had a phenomenal first game against these Colonials. 8 points, 11 rebounds, also had a couple of steals and a couple of assists. She's been one of the Beacons' key glue players this season on a team that's first in the conference shooting from distance. She's the #1 player in terms of made threes. Matthew looking to do a little bit of everything today as the Beacons look for their first regular season win against the Colonials in 2 years. On the opposite side, we'll take a look at the all-time series. Heavily weighted in favor of the Colonials, who have won 3 in a row during the regular season. They lead 39-12 all-time, but UMass Boston has taken these last two playoff matchups, including a big one 2 years ago, which was the Beacons' first ever Little East Conference tournament victory. Take a look at last year's matchup. It was West Conn earning an 83-73 win here at the Clark as part of a season sweep during the regular season against UMass Boston.
Like a
And welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center Gymnasium. Seth Dorensky joined by Steve Witkowski. Steve, you look at these two teams, and this is such a pivotal matchup here at 3-3. Neither team has been very successful against the top portion of the conference, although the Beacons did earn a win at Keene State. Westcon, though, their 3 losses all coming against the top 3 teams. They've beaten all the bottom teams. This easily could be a matchup if things sort of follow the same through the final 8 games that we could see a third time later on in the postseason for a third straight year, and this possibly could determine which team gets the host.
Yeah, obviously we talked about it last year. UMass Boston winning the last 2 years against Westcon. Again, a very important game here. The Little East Conference has been tight all year, and it's really coming down to the stretch.
These two teams tied at 3-3 behind Keene State and Eastern, who both sit at 5-1. UMass Dartmouth at 4-2, tied for 4th, sitting a game ahead of Rhode Island College at 2-4, and Plymouth State and Southern Maine at the bottom at 1-5. Right now we'll take a look at the team statistics. UMass Boston, the top scoring team in the conference. It's been their defense that has been an issue. On the other side, this Western Connecticut State team, pretty good at a lot of things. The one place that maybe pops off the page is the rebounding margin. They're another team that's a little bit smaller. UMass Boston doesn't have that huge size advantage they used to have with Kirsten Morrison and Olivia Murphy, but it's something they're going to have to attack today.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about their defense has been lacking, but obviously last game at Southern Maine, they held them to about a 25% field goal percentage, so it should be exciting seeing them on the floor today, see if they're going to bring that into today's contest.
Certainly the Beacons hope they can carry it over. They held Southern Maine to just 14 points in the first half on 15% shooting. Right now we'll take a look at the team leaders. UMass Boston led by Chantel Jordan and Raven Kelsey in most categories. Kelsey just short of a double-double, second in the conference in rebounds, and Tajay Burston first in the conference with her 4.3 assists. On the other side, it's a number of underclassmen, Jancy Sherwood, a sophomore, and Gabrielle Hurlbert, a freshman, who have been leading the way.
Yeah, Tajay Burston with a season-high 6 assists against Southern Maine. So, again, another thing to see if she takes that into today and really starts to dish the ball out well for the Beacons.
Bursting not only first in the conference in assists per game, she also leads the conference with her 1.8 assist to turnover ratio. Right now we'll take a look at head coach Kimberly Ribzik for Western Connecticut State. Ribzik over there with her assistant. She's one of the most successful coaches in Little East Conference program history. In her 15th season, a 5-time Conference Coach of the Year. From 2008 to 2011, she led the Colonials to 4 consecutive titles, and then also won it in 2013. On the other side, the Beacons will go with their second-year head coach, Christina Baugh, who's actually joining Ribzik over there in the corner. Baugh, former assistant at Central Connecticut State University in her second season, led UMass Boston the conference championship game a year ago, comes in with a record of 23-21 after going 16-12 a season ago. This is an interesting coaching matchup. The Beacons have had the better end against Ribzik the last 2 years in the postseason, but in large part, that's been because some of their all-conference talent. 2 years ago, it was Kirsten Morrison going off for 14 points and 15 rebounds. Last year, no Grace Geary in the first half. The Beacons found themselves down by nearly 20 points. They got Grace Geary for the second half, 22 points in 20 minutes, a huge impact. See if the Beacons' top-level talent can beat a Western Connecticut State team that has been very disciplined over the past couple years.
Yeah, and they're both very similar teams when you kind of look at the size and how they play the game. They're both very guard-oriented teams. They like to shoot the 3-ball, and it's going to be exciting to see who's hot and who's not.
Number 1 and number 2 in three-point field goal percentage, second and third in total made field goals. Both of these teams come in with over 100 made three-pointers in about 15 contests thus far. Right now, we'll move along in our pregame show and take a look at the Western Connecticut State University starters first. They'll go with the freshman point guard, Gabrielle Hurlbert. She's had a very successful year thus far. 2 Little East Conference Rookie of the Week honors already. That's good for tied for first in the conference. Caitlin Labonte, the junior guard out of South Windsor, Connecticut. All-rookie team as a freshman. This year she comes in second on the team. They're 10.2 points and third with their 1.5 assists per game. Jancy Sherwood, the team's top scorer, will be the third guard in the lineup. Emily Dobson out of Westerly, Rhode Island, a first-team all-conference player. Steve, there were 6 all-conference players awarded last year. We're seeing the only 2 that will play today, with Megan Ronigan, the all-conference and all league player of the year last year, out with an injury for the season. These are the only two left from last year's. And Dobson's a player who's going to have to play well, along with Alyssa Iannotti, the only true big in the lineup who stands at 5'10".
Yeah, I mean, when we talked about their players to watch, a couple of their players are very young, underclassmen with Hurlburt and Sherwood. And when you look at Sherwood, her game is beyond the three-point line, which she shoots about 8 3-pointers a game.
Very impressive. One of the top three-point shooters in the entire conference. Take a look at UMass Boston starters. They changed it up against Southern Maine, and they'll go with that same-looking lineup. Tajay Burston and Grace Geary, both players technically point guards, and then Chantel Jordan, Raven Kelsey, Katrina Edwards. A little bit more of your normal starting five with 2.5 bigs out there for UMass Boston.
Yeah, and as of late, I mean, the last couple of games, Grace Geary hasn't really started, and the Bacons really haven't gotten off to that great start. So it should be interesting to see if they get in their rhythm early to kind of help them later on in the game.
Geary averaging 12 points a game over her last 3. She's second on the team in points per game. Had a slow game against Southern Maine with just 3 points in a game. The Beacons didn't need a ton of scoring. They were out to such a big halftime lead, but had 16 3 games ago, 17 against Eastern Connecticut State last Saturday in a loss. We'll take a commercial break, and then we'll bring you the keys to the game and show you the starting lineups being announced here at the Clark, as we are just minutes away from the beginning of our Little East Conference doubleheader.
Come on, Jake.
As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal laid it. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Sorry about that. About to get the starting lineups announced here at the Clark. Right now we'll take a look at the keys to the game as we throw that up on your screen. And Steve, these are just a couple of things that I brainstormed earlier on in the week. For UMass Boston, though, there's 3 pretty much keys that you and I have talked about all season long, and all of these sort of go along the same ideas: balanced scoring, defense, and not turning the ball over. All 3 of these you can find a way to mix and match into those big concepts.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the last couple conference wins for the Beacons, They played RIC and Southern Maine very good defensively. And last weekend against Eastern Connecticut, they didn't play so hot defensively and they took the loss. But when they played Rhode Island College and Southern Maine, very good defensively, they got the W.
Western Connecticut State, a team that struggles to score a little bit more. So playing the game in the 70s, you can play good defense and push the pace enough. I think UMass Boston would like to push the pace. This Western Connecticut State team, not the biggest, but UMass Boston wants to test the ball handlers, especially the freshman Gabrielle Hurlburt, who has just been so good over the last couple of games for Western Connecticut State. Hurlburt out of Thomaston, Connecticut. This year she has 9.2 points per game, 4th on the team. 4.9 rebounds per game, 4th on the team. 3 assists per game, tied for 4th in the conference. She's also tied for 2nd in steals per game. Can't ask for much more out of a player in her first season.
And when you talk about the player to really watch, you said Katie Matthew. I have to disagree with you on that because I agree with Raven Kelsey. With a smaller lineup, she is a dominant down low. It should be interesting to see if she does collect those rebounds that she usually does get and is aggressive down low in the paint.
Kelsey struggled a little bit here in second semester after averaging a double-double in first semester. Certainly a player, though, 10 points, 8 rebounds against Southern Maine, who can put up that double-double. She was involved in the key play down in Danbury, Connecticut. There was 1 second to go. Kelsey leaned on the defender a little bit and then took a step back, hit the shot. The referees waved it off. Game went to overtime, tied at 51, and Western used a late 10-1 run in overtime to run away with a 63-55 overtime victory. In the game, the Beacons really thought they should have won. They didn't have Maritza Scott in that one. That was the first game that she missed about 5 or 6 games with the concussion, is back now and is another key contributor off the bench. The Beacons in their home white uniforms with blue numbers and black trim going from left to right. On the other side, Western Connecticut State in their navy blues with the rust gold and the white trim on the letters and numbers. The Beacons win the tap and they'll set it up with Tajay Burston working against the man-to-man defense. Jordan with her back to the basket, asking for Edwards to go in motion. And the Beacons are going to be called for a 5-second call. So Western forces an early turnover. It looked like the Beacons were really trying to put a set play in there. Just a little bit of a lack of communication on that first play.
And I mean, the last game that Western Connecticut did play UMass Boston, they had 31 points to 14 points off of turnovers. So that should be another interesting point to kind of keep track of today.
Sherwood, the handoff over to Hurlburt, who's stripped of the ball, and it goes out of bounds off of Hurlburt's leg. A nice double team by the Beacons and back-to-back turnovers to start this game.
Yeah, a Beacons team that is sometimes a little lenient with ball control. It should be interesting to see about today if they can keep that ball control.
Geary looking for Edwards. They've tried to establish in the last 2 possessions. Now Geary goes to work, working against Sherwood on this second possession. And on the hesitation dribble there, Burston turns it over. Not the start UMass Boston was looking for, but no damage defensively thus far either.
Yeah, great first quarter against Southern Maine. They came out hot, very good defensively, scuffling a little so far here tonight.
UMass Boston outscored the Huskies 20-6. It was their 3rd straight win over Southern Maine at Southern Maine. Still don't have one here in Boston. Long 3 is a little bit too strong. 2 Colonials in the vicinity, and they grab the offensive rebound off the miss from Sherwood. Her first 3 of the day, averages over 8.2 a game. Controlled here, it's Dobson, the first team all-conference from a player from a year ago. Back for Sherwood, being guarded by Kelsey. Back up top, pass down low for Dobson, and Western has 8 on the shot clock. They'll take another 3. This one's too strong, and Edwards is going to draw the foul. Iannotti got up and really gave her a little bit of contact in the back. An easy call on the loose ball.
Yeah, a couple 3-pointers taken already. It's going to be a very exciting game. Both teams will shoot behind the arc a lot. It's going to be who gets hotter first.
Neither team shot particularly well in the first matchup. Kelsey down low, off the glass there, unable to hit. The Beacons, though, record their first shot in their first possession without a turnover, so baby steps for UMass Boston. Tied 0-0 here, 1:45 into the first quarter of this Little East Conference contest. Hurlburt calling out directions, gets around Jordan, looks to go all the way, has to dish it out. Long 2 from Iannotti is a bit too short. Kelsey the rebound. Burston looking to push the pace into the front court for Jordan, the conference's leading 3-point shooter. Bit too strong on the long 2, and Iannotti the rebound. Into the front court with it is Labonte. Across for Ionati to the near wing. You see Sherwood having to pull it out. Good defense from Burston. Labonte draws the hand check foul. First one of the game on Chantel Jordan. First on either side.
And when you really talk about the gap in this Little East Conference for women's basketball, the only thing that really stands out is height difference. I mean, when you look at Western Connecticut, UMass Boston, and a couple other teams, a little bit smaller of teams, but when you look at Eastern Connecticut and Keene State, much bigger teams.
And
with more
UMass
height.
Dartmouth. UMass Dartmouth has Nakira Exeman, sophomore, who's averaging a double-double right now, who was supposed to be the second big on that team behind Megan Ronigan, but Ronigan out for the year with a torn ACL. Kelsey looking to go all the way, throws it up off glass, way too strong. Rebound out to Hurlburt, looking for Labonte ahead of the pack. Burston gets back, Geary's there. Labonte takes it nonetheless and able to finish. 2-0 Western Connecticut State, almost 3 minutes into the first quarter. Seen a lot of turnovers, a lot of long 2s and 3s off the mark. Burston to the near side for Geary. Thought about the 3, gives it to Kelsey at the free throw line, right back for Geary. Dribbles, has to pick it up, looking for Jordan, who cut the opposite way, and the Beacons turn it over for the 3rd time.
Yeah, Beacon's a little bit confused on offense right now. Obviously not getting anything going. We'll see if Katie Matthew, the player to watch, can get something going for the Beacons.
Both teams will sub in number 22. For the Beacons, it's Matthew. On the opposite side, Samantha Smith, senior guard out of Wallingford, Connecticut, who's playing in her 16th game, all off the bench, but she averages over 20 minutes per game. The other substitute is Alicia Dulaire, a senior forward out of Bloomfield, Connecticut. One of the bigger players on the team at 6 foot. Playing in her 13th game, had started 7 games prior to today. 5.1 points, 6.4 rebounds per game, tops on the team. She'll be guarded by Katrina Edwards down low. Hurlburt from just inside the free throw line misses that one, and Dulaire taps the rebound over to the Beacons. The pass thrown behind Tajay Burston, who looked for the ball and then turned her head and ran up court. And the Beacons have turned it over 4 times here. They might have 4 or 5 shots, still haven't connected on any of them.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. I mean, when you look at, you can't score the bar when you're just turning the ball over every possession.
Dobson has to give it off for Hurlburt, who's been very aggressive in the early going. Freshman point guard dribbles it back up top with 18 on the shot clock. Hurlburt looking for help, being guarded by Jordan, the Beacon's best defender, and she throws it way out of bounds there, looking for Smith, who was cutting the wrong way. So, Steve, the positive point is if you're either coach, the other team isn't executing very well. Neither side has been able to take control of this game, with Western leading 2-0 here, 3 minutes and 50 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, just a bundle of turnovers. I mean, that's all you can really explain the first 3 minutes. Almost another turnover right there.
Jordan able to save it off the pass to him, Burston right back. Up top for Matthew, looking for a 3, and she's too strong. Rebound for Jordan at the elbow. The Beacons will reset. Geary from the corner looking to drive through 3 players. Dishes it off for Matthew in a sea of blue shirts, and we're going to get a travel there on Matthew. So the Beacons have turned it over for what I believe is the 5th time here in the first quarter. 0 for 5 from the field with 5 turnovers, but it's 2-0. The defense at least is executing.
And I mean, when you look at a tough start like this, sometimes you want to get the ball in your best player's hand. Grace Geary, maybe she can make a shot or make something happen to get an open lay-in.
Western made one more substitution to Shy Price into the game. Strong cut to the basket by Dulaire, but she's called for the travel with a little bit of contact as well. And Western now is up to at least 3 turnovers, if not 4.
And multiple travels for both teams, just being careless.
Geary
walking too much.
Tried to take it to the hoop. Smith cut her off. Matthew can't make the catch. Jordan thought about the long 2 to the near side for Edwards, who can't make the catch with 13. Over to Geary with 11. Geary working on Smith. Drives baseline across for Matthew. Matthew looking for help down low. Wide open Edwards. And we have a tie game. 5 minutes in. It's 2-2. The Beacons finally able to get a look down low with a player somewhat not guarded. There was one player in the vicinity, and Edwards has tied this game up.
Yeah, another big presence for the Beacons. Katrina Edwards, very good in the paint. Just like Raven Kelsey, it should be interesting to see how much she also contributes today.
Ball goes off the hands of Dulaire, out of bounds for our first media timeout. 4:48 to go. It's tied at 2-2. We'll take a break and be back with a look at the rest of this first quarter.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Two through 5 minutes and 12 seconds. As Steve pointed off air, these teams are on pace for a 16-16 game and another overtime affair. Something tells me they're going to pick up their play just a little bit. Thus far, though, a turnover played game. The live stats have it at 5 turnovers for the Beacons, 4 for Western Connecticut State. The two teams have combined to shoot 2 of 11 from the field. For Western Connecticut State, they're going to go with Tashai Price, who's just into the game, the sophomore guard out of Vernon, Connecticut, alongside Dulaire, Dobson, Samantha Smith, and the last player out there is Hurlburt. For the Beacons, they're going to bring Maritza Scott, the freshman, off the bench, along with Burston, Matthew, Edwards, and Jordan.
And you mentioned it pregame off air. Maritza Scott wasn't there for the first game at Western Connecticut State. It should be interesting to see how she kind of tries to help these Beacons out.
Scott with the rebound there, and now there's some conversation on whether Scott traveled or was fouled. She definitely moved her feet. It's just whether the contact came first. Got the offensive rebound.
Maritza Scott, a very versatile player for the Beacons. Rebounds, very good defense, and a good shooter as well.
They actually ruled that the shot, they were talking about whether the ball hit the rim on the look from Matthew, which it did not. So 6 seconds now on the shot clock. Scott to inbounds right next to the scorer's table. See what the Beacons call up. Scott inbounds to Burston with 6. Down to 5, looks to drive all the way, puts it up with the right hand, doesn't hit the rim. Rebound into the hands of Western Connecticut State with 4:20 to go in the half.
Very contested shots here today, even though if it's an open lay-in or a shot outside the arc.
Smith, who had a double-double the first time these two teams played, 11 points, 10 rebounds. Her only double-double of the season. She takes a shot just inside the elbow, no good, rebound loose. Edwards tapping it over. Scott gets the rebound, throws it off the back of Tashai Price, and the Beacons are able to wrestle away the loose ball. Another play where the Beacons not necessarily looking up for the intended pass, and UMass Boston fortunate to keep control of the ball with 12 on the shot clock. See what Burston can draw up. Gets a screen from Scott. Edwards looking to fight for a spot on the block. Burston gets it down to her with 4. Needs to go to work. 3-2 out top. Burston takes the 3, and that one hits the rim. Rebound falls into the hands of Smith as Matthew begs for a travel. 3:25 to go in a low-scoring first quarter. Hurlburt looking for 3, and it's a 5-2 lead for Weston, the largest lead of the game.
Doubles their points in one shot.
Gabrielle Hurlburt came into this one shooting 11 of 33 from distance, not necessarily her forte, as Scott has the ball tapped away from behind, and they're going to call a reach-in on Dobson. First foul of the game for Western, rather the second. First on Dobson, as we'll see Michaela Illabodi sub in for Katrina Edwards, and that provides the Beacons a big body to battle down low with Alicia Dulaire.
Yeah, very big presence down low. I mean, just to feed the ball into her and see if they can't work some offense through her in the paint.
Jordan looking to work on Hurlburt, has it stripped away by Samantha Smith. 3-on-2 if Western harries. Smith will pull it back across for Dobson, long 2, and that one rims in and out. Wide open, Price down low, can't finish over Illabodi. The Beacons get the rebound, and they have numbers going the other way. 3-on-2, Burston has Matthew to her left, she'll find her. She looks for the tying 3, a bit too strong, rebound loose, and it's kept alive by Scott, but throws it into the hands of Smith, stripped out of bounds by Burston. 2:39 to go in the quarter, and it's 5-2 Western Connecticut State. That scoreboard is correct. The Beacons will bring in 2 of their better scoring players, Geary and Ariana Rivera. On the other side, Western Connecticut State will bring Labonte back in with Iannotti, and the first time we've seen Genesis Torres, the freshman guard out of Stratford, Connecticut.
Yeah, Beacons with 6 turnovers. I mean, we talked about it before. Really struggling to get anything offensively really going.
First half has been difficult for the Beacons all season long, but this is a new low in terms of offensive futility. Near side, Western looking to triple up their lead, actually quadruple, unable to hit the three. Samantha Smith, the left-handed lay-in, and it's 7-2 in favor of the visitor Colonials. Burston setting up. Near side for Scott. Illabodi trying to work her way down low against Iannotti. Coming across is Smith, and it's going to be a foul as Illabodi can't finish, but she draws the foul on Tashai Price. She'll head to the line for 2. Illabodi, despite being one of the tallest players on the Beacons at 6 foot, is actually one of the team's better free throw shooters. Coming into this one on the season, she's shooting 16 of 23 from the free throw line, just under 75%.
And that'll be interesting. I mean, I'm sure she will attack the rim today with such a smaller lineup down there. And I mean, if she does go to the line a lot, free throws, which will put points on the board.
Illabodi hits the first, cuts the deficit to 7-3. Beacons bring Kelsey back on for Burston. Illabodi's second one is true as well. A 7-4 deficit here with 2:04 to go. UMass Boston a bit of full court pressure, but they'll let Smith come across easily.
Climbing slowly but surely to that key to the game, 70 points that you really looked for today.
Great cut from Genesis Torres, but she hits the underside of the rim on her scoop layup. It's Kelsey just along the beaconsathletics.com logo for Rivera with 18 on the shot clock. Looking across for Scott, intercepted there by Torres. Ahead for Labonte. She's got 4 points. The first player to reach that total, and it's a 9-4 Western lead.
And just an easy basket off a turnover from this feeble Beacons offense so far.
Geary near side for Kelsey, and she stepped out of bounds. Was out of bounds when she made the catch. 1:24 to go with Jordan checking in for Rivera. And right now, Steve, 9-4, you hate to be playing this poorly, but Western hasn't been able to stretch out this lead. You score 4 points in a quarter, you expect to be down double digits. If the Beacons can just keep this game even for the next minute 18, even score a couple points, they'll be right in this game heading into the second quarter.
Yeah, definitely not a big differential margin, but with this Beacons offense just turning it over possession after possession.
Geary, the hesitation dribble up with the right hand. The nicest play offensively for the Beacons of the day, and it's 9-6 after the missed layup by Dulaire.
Yeah, and someone has to give them a boost and really take the ball to the hoop and make a shot happen, which you could see Geary just made.
Torres barely able to get it across for Jancy Sherwood. Now it's Dulaire looking for help with 16 on the shot clock. Overstretches Sherwood there. Scott looking to lead the fast break. Gets it over to Jordan. Will slow it down wisely. Across for Geary with 35. Goes all the way. Can't finish. Got a little contact on the hip. And we're going to get a reach-in foul there on Geary, who stripped it away from Dulaire. First on Geary, just the second on the Beacon, so neither team close to getting into the bonus here. We'll see Edwards check in for Scott, who looks a bit tired out. Hurlbert will check in for Dulaire. 32.9 left. Western probably looking for the last shot here, or at least to kill off most of the clock, trying to avoid giving the Beacons another look.
And a Beacons team that often prides themselves on a three-point shooting team. They've only took 2 3-pointers today.
Haven't hit either. Neither side has really been successful from deep. Western, the only made 3. Kelsey nearly has the turnover, and instead it's a travel call on Dobson, moving the feet at the elbow. So the Beacons will get the last shot here, we expect. 19.8. Who are you dialing up a play for?
I would dial it up for, obviously, Grace Geary, best person on the floor for the Beacons. She could obviously create her own shot and obviously sink it.
Geary working at Sherwood, gets a screen from Illabodi. The switch on to Hurlbert. Now it's Kelsey, a step back 3 to tie it. Bit too strong, long rebound, and it's going to be Jordan trying to save it, unable to do so. That was an interesting play by Sam Smith. If she grabs that ball, she gives herself a chance and her team a better chance to score here, but they still get it back with 3.7. Full court pressure from the Beacons. Ball inbounded to Torres, working on the bigger Illabodi, runs past her. Illabodi trying not to give the foul, and they're going to say no shot, as Torres is going to be called for the travel before the buzzer ended. So another turnover here in what has been an ugly first quarter. But the positive, UMass Boston only down 9-6.
Yeah, turnover plagued first quarter with 15 turnovers so far.
Well, we'll see if the teams can work a little bit on their offenses during the break. We'll take a commercial break and look around the rest of Beaconville. 3 other Beacons teams in action, actually 5 other Beacons teams with track and field back in action today as well.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Right now, we'll take a look at the social media for UMass Boston. You can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube at UMass Beacons. And while we have a brief second, we'll take a look at the around Beaconville. One score to update you on right before the start of the second. The women's hockey team just tied Norwich at the end of one, a rematch of last year's championship game as we're back to live action. Grace Fisher, the freshman, scoring her second collegiate goal to tie it after Norwich took a lead late in the period. Torres looking for the up and under. Geary credited with the block. For the Beacons, it's Scott, Geary, Edwards, Jordan, and Matthew. Matthew with it now into the lane, looking to get it over for Scott, and Scott's it's a 3-second call on Matthew. Another turnover on the Beacons, 16 total. On the opposing side, Western Connecticut State and Kimberly Ribzik will go with Hurlbert, Dobson, Torres, Sherwood, and finally it's Samantha Smith.
16 turnovers already and only 15 points accumulated in the game.
Got a jump ball. It'll go to UMass Boston, so tack on another turnover to that. 9-6 Western leads. The Beacons have not led in this game. They trailed 2-0, 5-2, 9-3 maybe at one point as the Beacons got the final 3 points of the quarter.
So, Seth, you're going after the first quarter. What, as a coach, are you trying to tell your team to kind of boost their confidence and play better?
Well, honestly, if I'm especially Christina Ball, I'm just saying wipe that first quarter away. Need to be more aggressive, need to get shots off. You can't score if you're turning the ball over. As Edward goes down low, aggressive move, she's blocked. Scott gets it, she's fouled, and the Beacons have had their most success when they've gone down low. Yes, they've missed some contested shots, but it's the second time we've seen a Beacons player fouled. Edwards scored on the block. Geary scored on the block. That's the only place they really have seemed comfortable with the threes not falling, as we'll see Maritza Scott shoot a pair. Scott misses the first. The freshman on the season. She's shooting 7 of 14 from the free throw line coming in, so 7 of 15. Freshman out of Revere, Massachusetts. Well short on the second. Edwards the rebound, though, and she'll kick it out to Matthew.
And when you talk about the success of the...
Down low for Scott. Unable to hit that one, a little bit off the mark.
The success down low for the Beacons. Raven Kelsey and Illavodi are not even out there.
Torres throws it ahead. Wide open player, and Scott, a hard foul on Dobson. This is one of those places where maybe you look to a little bit of referee counseling if that was a flagrant foul. I think Scott was not intending it to be as hard as that was. As we'll take a look in between free throws if we have it. But we actually didn't get that one for you. And that's a good foul. You just don't want to make it look that blatant that you're going for the body rather than the player, or rather than the ball, as Dobson, who was down for a while there holding her head, misses the first.
Yeah, that looked a little vicious. Obviously, there was a little bit of a push-offs after the play that just tossed Dobson to the ground.
Dobson hits 1 and 2 to stretch the lead to 10-6. Jordan ahead for Geary. That was dangerous for Chantel Jordan, having to toe the line right along the half-court line. Jordan will take the step back, too. No good. Beacons have not hit a jump shot yet in this game.
And when you're looking at the offense for the Beacons right now, it looks a lot of individuals just trying to take a shot and make something happen. Not really passing it around and looking for an open shot, which has led to only 6 points so far.
Jordan's called for the hand check on Dobson, who was driving past her. The second on Jordan, first player who's picked up multiple fouls. The second on the Beacons of the quarter with 8:26 left. And we've got a foul on the floor there. Matthew trying to fight through the screen of Dobson. She's called for it. Matthew picks up her first, but 3 fouls, and now Western has a chance to get into the bonus here. The Beacons, they're called for 2 more fouls. Western will shoot the double bonus the rest of the way. Down low, a nice look for Hurlburt there, and it's stripped away by Geary. Stays with WestConn this time.
And when you're talking about getting into the bonus so early in such a low-scoring game, free throws might be a pivotal point today.
Hurlburt looking to inbound with 29 on the shot clock. Throws it over the head of Dobson. The Beacons get it back. Western had a couple of good looks on that possession, caused a couple of fouls, but an empty possession in terms of points. 8:10 to go. The Beacons trailing 10-6 here in the second quarter. Edwards from the block, working against 2 players. Looks to go all the way through. They're going to call a travel before the made basket.
And, I mean, look at that play right there. Katrina Edwards goes up for the lay-in, but she's double-teamed when Maritza Scott is absolutely wide open right under the basket.
Yeah, UMass Boston not communicating very well. I doubt the Beacons have an assist to this point. They have 2 made baskets and a couple of free throws. Ball kicked over to the corner for Sherwood. It'll be Torres taking a 3. She's been aggressive. Long rebound comes out to Labonte, and she'll dribble all the way up top.
And if Western Connecticut starts making any three-pointers, for that matter, they will start blowing the Beacons out of the water.
Just 1 made 3 thus far. A little bit of contact there. Hurlburt able to finish over Edwards to stretch the lead to 12-6. Largest lead it's been for Western here in the first half. Geary looking for the step-back 3. Now she'll drive. Dishes it out for Matthew, who had Labonte all over her. Edwards can't make the catch with Dobson behind her. The Beacons had the mismatch there. Now it's Scott running through a player. Makes the basket and the foul. Torres to the ground, but somehow the call goes against her. And Maritza Scott has a chance for the N1.
Obviously a key basket for the Beacons. Give them a little confidence. Get her to the free throw line.
Scott is 0 for 2 thus far, 7 for 16 on the season. Second team foul against Western. First on Torres. Scott misses her 3rd consecutive free throw. Edwards able to make the rebound over Torres, much to the dismay of Ribzik. Geary well off the mark and able to catch the ball there as Hurlburt had a player wide open ahead and Labonte unable to find her. Instead she looks for Sherwood, the 3, bit too strong. Labonte fighting down there, and it's out of bounds off of Scott.
And that's going to be important for the Beacons to really dominate in the rebounding category to kind of get some more shots and more opportunities for their offense.
Alicia Quinones will replace Maritza Scott, who was looking a little bit tired out there. Ball kicked over to the near side for Sherwood, right back, and it's Dobson, the baseline 2. Rims in and out. Rims have not been kind for either side. Ball out of bounds off of Labonte. Probably the second or third shot, especially for Western, that's looked like it was going down and is rimmed out. The Beacons been a little bit further off on some of their shots. Near side for Geary. Matthew a backdoor cut. Instead, she finds Quinones at the elbow, looking to drive with the left hand, pulls up from 4 feet. Alicia Quinones has the hot hand. She scores on her first look, and the Beacons are within 2 at 12-10.
Yeah, I mean, when you're really struggling on offense, sometimes you got to look to the bench players to kind of spice something up and take it to the rack and be aggressive.
Missed shot ends up in the hands of Geary. The Beacons have a chance to tie or take the lead for the first time. Geary passed up on the 3, drives all the way, and able to finish off the glass. We're tied up at 12, a 6-0 run for UMass Boston, matching or doubling up their points from the first 12 minutes.
A 6-0 run and 3 different scores, a little bit of a balance on the offense, and starting to get in the rhythm for the Beacons.
Sherwood drives, draws contact on Burst, and an easy call. 4th on the Beacons. Believe it's the first on Tajay, and it will be. 5:52 to go in this second quarter. Both teams will make 1 substitution. Smith in for Labonte. Rivera replaces Geary. UMass Boston still looking for their first lead of the game. Wide open, Torres down low, met by 3 Beacons, and Burston comes up with a steal. Burston looking to drive all the way. The defense able to get back in place. Rivera working on it. She had about a 30-second spurt in the first half. We'll see a elbow into the back of Edwards, and the call will come against Emily Dobson. Should be her second and will be. So 2 on Jordan, who's on the bench for the Beacons, 2 on Dobson. 3 total on the Colonials as Burston will inbound with 5:38 left in the quarter. Burston needs help, finds Matthew driving. The Beacons have their first lead at 14-12.
The Beacons offense starting to roll and starting to get in a rhythm with a lot of easy lay-ins for the Beacons.
Long 3 from Sherwood off the mark. These 2 teams came in number 1 and number 2 in field goal percentage from deep, number 2 and number 3 in made threes. We have 1 3 total from these 2 sides. 0 here in the quarter on a reach-in call there on Western. The Beacons will bring in Illabodi for Edwards. On the other side, Western will bring Dobson and Torres to the bench. Levante back in there alongside Ian Noddy. UMass Boston looked to stretch out this surprising lead. They looked pretty slow on offense for most of this first half, but they've gone on an 8-0 run. Illabodi draws the foul. Should be Ian Noddy. That's 3 straight fouls on Western, and we'll see the Beacons shoot the double bonus with 5:12 to go in the quarter.
3 straight fouls in Western, and they've all been in the paint just because they have no size or height that can really handle the presence down low.
Foul was actually on Nicole Mierzewski, the junior forward out of Meriden, Connecticut, who just checked in instead of Alyssa Iannotti, 21 instead of 24. Illabodi, who hit a pair of free throws in the first quarter, misses the front end. We'll see Dulaire check in for Hurlburt, and Western now trying to match the Beacon size.
And the rim's not too kind today.
UMass Boston has missed a number of free throws. Right now from the free throw line, 2 of 6. Illabodi and Scott, the only players to get to the free throw line. Illabodi's 3 of 4, though. And the Beacons lead is 15-12. A 9-0 UMass Boston run with 5:08 to go in the second quarter. Travel called on Mierzewski just into the game. Steve, we look at the live stats right now. That's turnover number 11 on Western, and 23 of the game.
23 in the game, and we talked about it. We've actually seen it the last couple games. The Beacons have been causing a lot of turnovers, but they're being victim that today too.
Illabodi called for the travel there by the trail official. And we're going to get immediate timeout. 4:57 to go. The Beacons have picked up the offensive pace a little bit. A 15-12 lead. Take a commercial break and be back with the rest of this first half. UMass Boston leading by 3.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Welcome back to Boston, Massachusetts. UMass Boston leads 15-12. Steve, what, if anything, jumps out at you off the live stats thus far?
I mean, just looking at UMass Boston's offense, the leading scorer is at 4 points. Obviously, they only have 15 points, but very versatile offense. You look at Maritza Scott, got into the line a couple times, didn't really capitalize, has 2 points on the board, but also Illabodi got into the line a couple times. It doesn't look like Western Connecticut State can really handle her presence down low.
UMass Boston, just from observation, I feel like is dominating the points in the paint. 10-8 thus far, but most of Western's points in the paint have come on fast breaks. The Beacons don't have any fast break points at this point. Samantha Smith will man the point right now with Hurlburt on the bench. She's joined out there by Sherwood, Dulaire, Mierzewski, and Levante, who controls up top. Levante back near side for Mierzewski, pops a 3, and it's a tie game, 15-15.
And that's the scary thing with this Western Connecticut offense. They can get hot like that. Very good three-point shooting team. Obviously the Beacons are, but they're not taking a lot of three-pointers today.
Pass intercepted, intended for Illabodi. Dulaire looking to drive, and Quinones is going to be called for the hand check. 5th foul on the Beacons, so Alicia Dulaire will head to the line for a pair. Kind of works nicely. Dulaire to the line for a pair. Alicia, the senior forward out of Bloomfield, Connecticut. On the season, 13 of 22 from the free throw line. Had a season-high 15 points and 12 rebounds against UMass Boston down in Danbury. Chance to give Weston the lead right back. Hits the first. Western led for the entire first quarter in what was a very low-scoring first quarter, 9-6 in favor of the visitors. Beacons went on a 9-0 run to take a 15-12 lead. And now Dulaire has a chance to stretch the lead back to 2 for the visitors as Grace Geary will check in for Ariana Rivera. UMass Boston into the front court. Geary with it, looking to work on the smaller Sherwood. Burston out top. Western in a man-to-man. Trying to slow down Burston's drive is Labonte, who has the wingspan on her. Geary working with 10 on the shot clock. Down low for Quinones. Great cut, and she gets just enough on the rim. That ball must have been bouncing up there for 2 or 3 seconds before it eventually fell to tie this game at 17.
Yeah, finally the Beacons get a roll from the rim tonight.
Really nice back cut from Quinones, and Geary able to find her to tie this game up. And an easy call there as Quinones trips up. Samantha Smith will head to the line for 2 with both teams in the double bonus.
And you can see the energy kind of picking up on the Beacons bench. Such a big game and such a pivotal game. We talked about it before in the Little East Conference.
Both teams come in at 3-3 in conference play. Western earned the win in overtime the first time these two teams played after Raven Kelsey's game-winning shot with a second to go was waved off due to an offensive foul. Speaking of Raven, she'll check in right now. And these two teams have played in the last 2 years in the Little East Conference quarterfinals. Both times it was the 3-6 game. 2 years ago, the Beacons won it at home. Last year, they had to go on the road and earn a comeback win. Quinones to the bench with her 2 fouls. Smith hits the first, misses the second. Dulaire and 1. Huge possession here for Western in a low-scoring game. Chance to make it a 4-point possession. I believe it'll be Illabodi being called for the foul. First on Illabodi, but...
And Dulaire showing a little bit of athleticism down low against Illabodi. I mean, Dobson really couldn't handle Illabodi down low, and Dulaire kind of asserting herself on offense, getting a couple points for the Colonials.
Dulaire's the team's top rebounder, hits the free throw. She's been good from the free throw line. Stretches the lead back to 4 at 21-17. It's a 9-2 run right now for Western Connecticut State with 3:35 to go in the quarter. Geary over for Burston. Edwards trying to set up on Dulaire. Tapped up, and Dulaire can't handle it, throwing it off the referee and out of bounds. Our 3-man crew for today's game: Chris Bradley, Duke Madsen, Steve Bono Sr. Burston finds Geary the turnaround, unable to hit. Edwards the offensive rebound. She's fouled. It'll be Mierzewski's second, and we'll see Katrina Edwards head to the line for 2.
A 3-man crew, but they've had a lot of work today and a lot of blowing of the whistle.
Edwards, the senior out of Springfield on the year, shooting 61% from the free throw line. It's their team-leading 60th free throw attempt. Misses the first. Tashai Price will check in for Mierzewski with those 2 fouls. And they'll send Hurlburt in for Labonte. Mixing and matching for Western Connecticut State, who's gone a bit deeper than UMass Boston. Beacons have gone 10 deep. Western maybe 11. Edwards 1 of 2 to cut the deficit to 21-18 with 3:23 to go.
And the Beacons 4 of 8 from free throw line today, which has been hurting them offensively.
For sure, when you get that few opportunities, we're going to get a foul on Burston, who's unhappy with it. Should be Hurlburt heading to the line. The second on Burston, who's one of a number of players on the Beacons with 2 fouls. Burston, Quinones, and Jordan. Still 3:14 to go in this second quarter. There were 5 combined fouls in the first quarter. Both teams have been in the double bonus for a while here in the second. Hurlburt drains the first one. Freshman came into this one shooting 54.8% from the free throw line, but Western, a team that doesn't shoot all that well from the charity stripe, has been very good from the free throw line. Hits both, stretching the lead back to 5. Christina Ball calling out instructions for her team. Western came in shooting just 62.8% from the free throw line. The Beacons at 65, but UMass Boston's being outshot at the free throw line by a wide margin. Geary from the far side picks up the dribble, back to the near side for Burston with 9. Across for Matthew. The Beacons still don't have a 3 in this half. Near side, Edwards underneath Dulaire, able to finish. UMass Boston going back to the honeypot, able to finish down low. It looks like Hurlburt might be bleeding, and the referee's going to blow the whistle and allow Hurlburt to stay in.
Yeah, Edwards really creating some offense for the Beacons. Obviously only 5 points, but a huge 5 points for the Beacons, especially a couple uncontested down low layups.
Pass down low, Hurlburt working on the bigger Edwards. Keeps the pivot foot out top for Price. Price working on Kelsey, picks it up for Dulaire with 12. Dulaire out top. Hurlburt looked at a deep 3. Now she gives it off. Smith can't make the catch. Geary has it, has Burston to her left. Geary will go all the way, draws the contact off the glass, no call. Kimberly Ribsig is up off the bench, extremely upset with the lack of a charge call, and the Beacons back within 1 as the UMass Boston call timeout with 2:12, and Christina Ball is just as angry the call didn't go the other way. Well, neither coach gets their way. We'll take a commercial break after we take a look at that play as UMass Boston back within a point.
Yeah, that's something the Beacons do very well, especially when their offense is kind of rolling. Transition points is a big point.
Now the feet are set. Might have been a little bit of movement. We'll actually stick it here. And if we can get that look one last time, slow down a little bit when the contact is coming. It was a nice job by Smith to make sure she was outside the circle. And you see she's moving a little bit on that right side. That's why there wasn't a charge. At the same point, you see why Christina Ball is so upset on her side. If you're not going to call the charge there, you have to call the block.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously points are at
a premium.
A premium and a minimum, obviously. So that's kind of a big call in the game.
Sherwood kicks it out for Price around Kelsey, met by Edwards, and she's unable to finish. Ball out of bounds off the hands of Dulaire, and the Beacons will have a chance to take the lead back. Under 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. It's been an ugly one from anyone's estimation, but both teams showing a lot of heart, some resolve, able to make some runs here in the second quarter to take the lead and keep this game close. Edwards very far away from the basket, drives all the way on Dulaire, and she's going to be called for the travel. Just one too many moves there from Katrina. Did a great job to get to the block, but then trying to spin back to her right hand. She goes up with the left hand there. She has an uncontested look.
And an update from the women's hockey game. It looks like Norwich University just scored, so their Beacons are down 2-1.
Rematch of the New England Hockey Conference Championship game from a year ago. Price loses the dribble, goes to her knees, able to get it over for Smith, and we're going to get a foul on Edwards, who tried to orchestrate the hand straight up as much as possible. The referees are going to talk about it, but the foul will go against Katrina, and we'll see Samantha Smith head to the line for 2 after the first foul called against Edwards.
Another game to watch in Beaconville later. The men's ice hockey team takes on Castleton University. Have been struggling on Saturday games. Haven't won one yet this year.
Western now 8 of 10, making it 8 of 11, but Dulaire another offensive rebound off a missed free throw. Smith and Edwards fighting for the rebound. Jump ball, it'll go back to UMass Boston. But that's the second time already Alicia Dulaire has been in there and has been allowed to get an offensive rebound off a free throw. That's something I'm sure the Beacons coaching staff will talk about after the end of this second quarter. Down to 1:23 to go. The Beacons down by a pair. Geary for Edwards, being given space, has Matthew on the kick out. Doesn't get enough on it to give Matthew a wide open look. Bursting around one defender. Needs help. Matthew up top looking for the lead. Had to pump fake down low. Wide open Edwards. Great pass, and she's fouled from behind. Samantha Smith gives up the smart foul, and Edwards will have to earn it. The Beacons had a couple good looks there, and I said that Matthew was the player to watch. That doesn't show up in the score sheet because Edwards didn't knock down the shot, but that is a tremendous job of finding the open player for what was the easiest look on that possession.
Yeah, and they have had the same look a couple times today, and she's really executed well.
Free throws continue to be a struggle for UMass Boston. The Beacons now 4 of 10. So if you just look at the free throw difference, Western has this lead right now because they're 8 of 11. The Beacons 4 of 10 from the free throw line. Edwards misses both, and it's a 2-point Western lead with 1:04 to go. Pass ahead, wide open, Hurlburt, not one of the team's better three-point shooters, fortunately for the Beacons. Smith looking to drive, sends it off the knee of Edwards and out of bounds, and the shot clock just reset, but it shouldn't have. It's down to 18.
And we talked about last weekend the history with Eastern Connecticut and UMass Boston. There's a lot of history with Western Connecticut and UMass Boston that kind of goes unheard of with the last 2 years in the conference tournament.
Well, Eastern and Western have a lot of history as well. Pass down low for Labonte, unable to finish over Kesley, but Kesley can't grab the rebound. Another jump ball. It'll stay with Western. This time the possession arrow in their favor. Eastern and Western just played Wednesday at Western. Western came back from 15 down to force overtime. Had a chance to tie it or win it in overtime, but turned it over with 2 seconds left as Matthew swats that one out of bounds. Clock will stay at 50 seconds for the quarter, 30 on the shot clock. Western will get a substitution. Mirjewski back in with those 2 fouls. Tashai Price back in. They'll go with Hurlburt, Price, Dulaire, Labonte, and Smith. Labonte unable to make the catch. Christina Ball was convinced that one went off Labonte, but to no avail. 49.8 seconds left in what's been a very low-scoring first half. Lots of turnovers. Neither team shooting particularly well from distance. Pass down low, and somehow Western holds on a ball that was overshot for Hurlburt. Off the face of Mirjewski. Labonte near side for Hurlburt. Looking to drive, kicks it out, wide open. Smith looking for the three, but we got a charge first. Raven Kelsey taking the charge from Hurlburt. Because it's an offensive foul, it won't lead to free throws, but a nice job there. Otherwise, we could have been looking at a 27-22 lead for Western.
Yeah, Raven Kelsey, such a great mental basketball player, not just physical. She knows what to do in each situation.
4 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock. 25 left in the quarter and the half. UMass Boston looking to tie or take the lead heading into the break. Make sure to stick with us. During halftime, we'll have an interview with head coach Christina Ball, some highlights and a look around the rest of the conference. With 8 on the shot clock, Geary thought about the step back three for Edwards, looking to drive. Edwards is blocked. Rivera makes the catch. She's blocked. Ball loose into the hands of Labonte with 4. Labonte fouled from behind, and she goes to the line automatically. That, Steve, is a frustrating foul if you're a Beacons fan or a Beacons coach.
A frustrating foul and a frustrating half for the Beacons. Obviously, a lot of tic-tac fouls that just put Western Connecticut State on the strike.
Ilabote's going to check in for UMass Boston here with her 1 foul. We'll see Labonte shoot a pair trying to extend this lead. Caitlin has yet to take a free throw, hits the first one, but as a team, Western is now 9 for 12, 75%. Ilabote will check in for Edwards, who I believe was the player whistled for that foul. Could have been her 3rd. Just 3.5 seconds left. Price will check in if the free throw is good, which it is. So 26-22, the Beacons with 1 last possession.
And that is really what's separating these two teams right now on the scoreboard is free throws.
Western 10 of 13, UMass Boston 4 of 11. Kelsey inbounds for Geary, right back for Kelsey with 2. 1 needs to get it off, throws it up, and it's just a little bit wide right. We'll take one final moment to collect our thoughts. Steve, your first half assessment, the Beacons down by 4. Not a particularly strong showing, but able to keep it close throughout the entire half.
Yeah, I mean, we advertised before the game that both teams are very good three-point shooters. A lot of game inside the paint today, and obviously Western Connecticut is playing better so far.
Take a commercial break, and then we'll head down low with an interview with head coach Christina Ball.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there's a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, so it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. Because I won the Chancellor's Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened.
Joined courtside by head coach Christina Edwards. Coach, not the greatest of first halves by any form of basketball, but you're very close, within 4. How do you get your team a little bit more aggressive offensively to potentially come away with a huge conference victory?
We got to take care of the ball. We have 15 turnovers. We should have that for the game. That's our goal for the game. So we've got to be confident with the ball in our hands, and we got to make foul shots. We got to relax, fully extend, and knock down a couple more foul shots.
You two came in as the top 2 teams in terms of three-point field goal percentage and second and third in most made field goals, and yet just 1 in that first half. Is that what these defenses are doing, or is that just neither team being able to knock down shots?
We're grinding, and right now I don't think there's so much intensity on the defensive end. Nobody's ready to catch and shoot. You know we have to guard 30 and 20 out, but way behind the three-point line. But we got to do that every night in conference. You got to defend the 3. When we get over flares and don't get caught, we do a good job of that. And on our end, we're catching and dribbling. So we got to be ready to catch and shoot and circle behind.
Thanks so much for your time, Coach. Good luck in the second half. Take a look back up top with the highlights from the Frozen Fenway game as we had a student worker down ice level providing some pretty cool looks from the Beacons' 5-1 win over Boston College.
Here we go.
What's the life right here, boys?
They call the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one.
Thank you so much. No one can beat us at Fenway anywhere else, right?
Welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center Gymnasium. My name is Seth Orensky, joined by Steve Witkowski. UMass Boston trails at the half 26-22. We'll take a look at the team statistics. Neither team shot particularly well in that first half. UMass Boston, 16.7% in the first quarter, 50% in the second quarter for a game total of 34.6. Western shot 25% in the second quarter after shooting 26.7% in the first, 7 of 27 overall. The issue, Western's hit 2 threes, 10 of 13 for the free throw line. The Beacons, 4 of 11. It's a 6-point swing right there on both accounts. And UMass Boston, I mean, the turnover is certainly an issue, but everything else is extremely close, with maybe the exception of points off turnovers, 13-6, and second chance points, 7-1, both in favor of Western Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it right there. You nailed it right there. I mean, they're even in all categories: assists 5-3, turnovers 15-13. Obviously, both teams not playing that well, but the free throw percentage is just unacceptable for the Beacons at 36%.
Yeah, 4 for 11, certainly a season low if the Beacons were to keep that up. Right now, we'll take a look at the halftime team leaders. UMass Boston was 6 from Geary, 5 from Edwards. Katrina Edwards, I was talking to Coach Offair. She said they were playing scared. It seems like Katrina Edwards might be the only player who's been consistently aggressive throughout this game.
Yeah, you can see she has a lot of moves in the paint, a couple uncontested layups just because of great cuts and moves by her. She really has picked up this Beacons offense, even though it's only 5 points on the board for her.
And the good news is that last foul of the half with 3.5 seconds left was not against Edwards. She is one of 5 Beacons with 2 fouls, 2 on Edwards, 2 on Burston, 2 on Jordan, 2 on Quinones, and 2 on Scott. On the other side, Gabrielle Hurlburt leads Western Connecticut State. The point guard, though, 7 points, 0 assists, 6 turnovers. Kimberly Ribzig's not going to be happy with that line. Caitlin Labonte had 6 points, and leading the team in rebounds actually was Hurlburt, who had 4 of them. Right now, as we continue along in our halftime show, we'll take a look around Beaconville. UMass Boston women's hockey. Currently in the second period, they trail 2-1. The men's basketball team will complete our Little East Conference doubleheader at 3, and then you talked about it. Men's hockey is over in the second games of back-to-backs. The Beacons do have a win on a Saturday, just not when they played a game prior. Beacons had a huge win last night, 7-2 over a Skidmore team that's been nationally ranked. And while we have a second, we'll take a look at the women's hockey highlights from last night. They earned a 5-1 win over Nichols College here at the Clark Athletic Center.
We winning in the lotto, we dipping in the pot of blue flow. Getting so good, it's dripping on wood. would get a ride in the engine that could go. Batman robbing it, bang bang cocking it, Queen Nicki dominant, prominent. It's me, Kesley and Ari. If they test me, they sorry. Riders up like a Harley, then pull off in this Ferrari. If he hanging, we banging. Phone ringing, he slanging. It ain't karaoke night, but get the mic 'cause I'm singing. B to the A, to the N, to the G, to the B to the A, to the N, to the G. Hey.
And I'd like to take a quick moment and just wish my co-host here today, Seth Arinsky, a happy birthday tomorrow. Big day for you, Seth. Happy birthday, buddy.
Appreciate it, Steve. Right now we'll take a look around the rest of the conference. 3 other games going on right now. The most interesting one, UMass Dartmouth and Keene State. Those 2 teams, 2nd and 3rd in the conference behind Eastern Connecticut State, Rhode Island College, and Plymouth State, both towards the bottom of the conference with 1 win apiece. That UMass Dartmouth-Keene State game could be another playoff preview. Those 2 teams possibly could finish 2nd and 3rd, fighting for potentially a spot to host the championship game if the number 1 seed were upset. So very close game there. And in Plymouth, no surprise that Eastern Connecticut State is having their way with 1-5 Southern Maine.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Connecticut State, we saw them last weekend play here. A very versatile, very talented team with a lot of individuals. They got a lot of presence down low and a couple 3-point shooters that shoot the ball very well.
Take a look ahead right now for UMass Boston. This is the first game of a 4-game homestand. They're at home on Wednesday. That should be UMass Dartmouth at 5:30 p.m. Then next Saturday they play Keene State, a team that they were able to defeat in double overtime when those 2 teams played back in December. And then they close out January with a matchup against a NESCAC powerhouse in Bowdoin College. That's on the 31st at 7 p.m. Right now we're going to take a look at what's going on campus. Slight commercial break, and then we'll be back with the start of the second half as UMass Boston trails 26-22.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last-a-lifetime kind.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal...
Robert looking for Labonte ahead of the pack. Bursting gets back. Geary's there. Labonte takes it nonetheless and able to fin. Smith drives baseline across for Matthew. Matthew looking for help down low. Wide open Edwards. And we have a tie game. 5 minutes in. Matthew begs for a travel. 3:25 to go in a low-scoring first quarter. Hurlburt looking for 3, and it's a 5-2 lead for Rivera with 18 on the shot clock. Looking across for Scott, intercepted there by Torres. Ahead for Labonte. She's got 4 points.
Possession after possession.
Geary, the hesitation dribble up with the right hand. The nicest.
For that matter, they will start blowing the Beacons out of the water.
Just 1 made 3 thus far. A little bit of contact there. Hurlburt able to finish to a backdoor cut. Instead, she finds Quinones at the elbow, looking to drive with the left hand, pulls up from 4 feet. Alicia Quinones has down, ends up in the hands of Geary. The Beacons have a chance to tie or take the lead for the first time. Geary passes up on the 3, drives all the way, and able to finish off the glass in the quarter. Burston needs help, finds Matthew driving. The Beacons have their first lead at 14-12. Blair, Mirjewski, and Labonte, who controls up top. Labonte back near side. Those were the first half highlights. We're just underway in the second half. Katrina Edwards controls on the far side, looking to go up and able to get it over the top of Iannotti, who was absent for most of that first half. Iannotti, one of the team's starters, had 2 early fouls, played just 4 minutes. Hurlburt able to fling it across for Dobson, picks it up, 4-foot jumper, uses the front of the glass and the front of the rim and the glass to knock that one down. Tied for the largest lead of the game for Western at 28-22.
And you can see a lot of energy on both sides coming out of the bench, coming out of halftime, obviously. They know it's a big game. They know everything's on the line, and they have to play a very good second half.
Kelsey pulls up from 6 feet, a bit too strong, trying to use the glass, bounced off the front of the rim, unable to recreate what Dobson did on the opposing side. For UMass Boston, it's Kelsey, Geary, Edwards, Bursting and Jordan. On the other side, Sherwood called for the travel, the 14th of the game for Western Connecticut State. Out there with Iannotti, Labonte, Hurlburt, and Dobson, the starting five for Western Connecticut State. Both teams, in fact, using their starting five. We didn't see either of these groups out there together for that much of the first half. Both teams went to the bench looking for a scoring spark. Edwards around Iannotti, somehow able to hold on to the pivot foot, almost gave it right over to Sherwood, dives to the floor. Both teams jump on it. Possession arrow in favor of Western Connecticut State, and another turnover.
And we have talked about the offensive struggles on both teams, but very good defensively from both teams. I mean, a couple traps in the first half, and a lot of pressure on every shot that the girls have took this evening.
Yeah, Christina Baugh's comments about both teams doing a really good job of closing out. That's a huge reason why we haven't seen a ton of open shots, and just the two made three. Sherwood looking to make it three, way too strong. The air ball ends up in the hands of Hurlburt, who hits the front of the rim, fighting with Burston, and another tie-up.
And we talked about Sherwood and her presence behind the three-point line. Obviously, she's still taking shots, but hasn't sunk one yet.
0 for 4 at this point. Averages 8 attempts a game. Hitting over 2 a game. Maybe 3, actually, when I think about it. Kelsey near side for Jordan. Back across. Geary thought about it. Drives on Sherwood. Tries to throw it up off the glass. The Beacons have had 3 mid-range jumpers here in the third quarter. Haven't been able to finish. Labonte slowed down by Geary. 7:49 left in the third quarter. Hurlburt the pump fake. Long 2. Way wide. That's the second consecutive air ball for Western on a jump shot. And the ball's out of bounds back to the Beacons. UMass Boston trailing by 6 after an early basket by Western Connecticut State, looking for their first points of the second half. Bursting across for Geary, being guarded by Iannotti. That should be a mismatch the Beacons can take advantage of. Jordan around a scheme for Kelsey. Kelsey back to Geary, gets the screen from Labonte, goes all the way, throws it up with the right hand, unable to finish, draws the foul, and the Beacons will get 2 free throws upcoming.
And Geary, a very athletic individual. She has made that shot multiple times today, and obviously going to the line.
Geary, a first-team all-conference player a year ago, the Little East Conference Rookie of the Year as a freshman. Grace out of Falmouth, Massachusetts, knocks down the first, came in tops on the Beacons, shooting 15 of 18 from the free throw line, 83.3%. Misses the second, but Raven Kelsey skies the rebound, goes all the way, draws another foul, and one. A chance for a 4-point possession for Geary all alone, and the Beacons have a chance to cut the deficit to 28-26. Huge rebound that time by Kelsey. Both teams have been getting offensive rebounds on missed free throws, and that's something where you know where the ball is going to come from. You know the release point. That should never happen, at least from a coaching perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's just someone wanting it more than the other person, and obviously the Beacons wanted it there.
Geary knocks it down, 28-26 in favor of Western Connecticut State. Near side, Torres back into the game, finds Hurlburt, needs help, kicks it out, wide open, Labonte from the corner, knocks it down. One of the 2 players that Christina Baugh really didn't want getting open looks, and that's a huge momentum shift back the other way to stretch the lead back out to 5.
Yeah, she made a good point that it doesn't matter. Every conference game is going to be tight, and you have to defend the three-point line, which they have today, but it looks like Western Connecticut's heating up just a tad.
Burston misses the lay, and Edwards fought for the rebound but slipped to the ground, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to get the travel there as the referees conferred. And whistled Edwards to give the ball back to the Colonials. Chance to stretch out their lead to the largest of the game. Down low for Hurlburt, double teamed. Finds Smith in the corner, floating it for Torres over her head, and it'll be out of bounds back to the Beacons.
And we've seen that multiple times today, just a pass to absolutely no one out of bounds.
Yeah, there's been a lot of miscommunication on both sides.
And just carelessness with the basketball.
Geary asking for the ball, gets it from the wing right in front of her own bench, looking to drive past Smith. Near side for Jordan, who's been very quiet. Kelsey has a chance to answer, knocks down the 3, the first of the day for the Beacons. 4th overall, and UMass Boston back to within 2 with 6:07 left in the third.
Raven Kesley, obviously a power forward, but she does give you that three-point shot that most power forwards don't.
Yeah, one of the Beacon's better three-point shooters just behind Matthew and Jordan. Long two from Torres. Jordan fighting for the rebound with 2 Colonials. And the foul is going to come in from behind as Burston came in trying to strip it away from Smith. Just the first on the Beacons of the half. They'll actually call it on Jordan, her third. Would have been the third on Burston as well.
We talked about it before, a little no love lost between these two teams, getting a little physical here in the second half.
Labonte, a chance for another three, gets this one to rattle home. Teams have picked up their play from distance, 3 consecutive threes, 2 for Western's Labonte, 1 from Kesley, back to a 5-point lead with 5:39 left. Scott back in for Edwards. Burston going to work, a lot of players crowding her. Kesley will take the elbow line jumper. She's got 5 in a row, and the Beacons are within 3. 34-31, pass way too strong there for Torres. And another turnover. And, Steve, that's one of those plays where, from a coaching perspective, trying to do too much.
Yeah, definitely trying to do too much. Obviously, you're up by a lot. And Labonte, your best three-point shooter, has gotten hot. I mean, just feed her the ball and kind of slow down the pace a little bit.
Jordan checks out with the 3 fouls. Katie Matthew back into the game. Has been quiet for the most part in this one. Geary across the near side. Burston thought about the 3, working along the wing. Scott was calling for it. Burston trying to find Geary on the back cut. That looked like it caught a foot, maybe a knee. And now Hurlburt might have traveled. Doesn't get the call for the Beacons. Labonte, who's just as hot as Kesley is, gets an open 2. She's got 8 in the quarter, and the lead is back to 36-31. Geary up top working on Labonte. Hesitation dribble. Burston trying to answer. Tries to bank it home, unable to finish. Scott was tangled up there with Iannotti. See who they call the foul on. Looks like it's going to go on Maritza Scott. Either way, we're under 5 minutes. We'll get immediate timeout. I thought they were going to call matching fouls. The 2 players tied up. Either way, we'll get a stoppage and a commercial break. We'll sort it all out for you after this stoppage. UMass Boston trails by 5.
Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
UMass Boston will have possession, we believe. They called a matching foul there on Iannotti and Scott. The 3rd on Maritza. For Iannotti, that should be her 3rd as well. She had 2 first-half fouls. We'll see Alicia Dulaire check into coming out of the break. UMass Boston trailing 36-31. It was 26-22 at half. Both teams scoring at a pretty high clip, at least from where they were in the first half.
Yeah, it looks like they found their shot coming out of the locker room. Both very good shooting teams. Just a little cold in the first half.
They're actually going to give the ball to Western because Western was able to successfully rebound that one away from the wrestling match between Iannotti and Scott, who will both stay out there. Dulaire's going to have to wait to check in. Hurlburt with the ball out there with Smith, Iannotti, Torres, and Labonte, who's wide open. Trying to find her there was Torres, who turns it over off the hands of Burston. Burston into the front court. Beacons trailing by 5. They have not led here in the third quarter, have trailed for the most part in this game. Near side, Kelsey's hot. She's looking for her 3rd 3, knocks it down, and the Beacons back to within 2. Kesley and Labonte matching shot for shot. Both have 8 in the quarter.
Yeah, Kesley really keeping the Beacons offense in this game, with Labonte being so hot. from 3-point.
Labonte with it here, working against Geary, who's draped all over her. Iannotti up top, able to find Torres with 11 on the shot clock. Torres trying to dribble past Kelsey, able to get it over to Iannotti just barely. Up top for Hurlburt with 5, looks to work on Burston. Turns around, kicks it out wide open. Smith looking for the dagger, rims in and out. Kelsey the rebound, and the Beacons have a chance to tie. Matthew leaked out, but Geary holds on to the ball. Geary will dish it out for Burston. Thought about it, passes up the pass. Down low for Matthew on the back cut, instead finds Kelsey, and Kelsey rattles it home. Got a tie game at 36-36 with 3:17 left.
Really being the player that she was before the break. I mean, you talked about an LEC Player of the Week twice and kind of cooled down, but really picking the Beacons up today when they need it most.
10 points alone in this quarter. Hurlburt all the way to the tin, unable to finish. Kelsey the rebound. She was a walking double-double machine first semesters, down a little bit below 10 rebounds per game now. Geary looking for an acrobatic finish, unable to finish. Ball is loose, and Hurlburt gains it. Kelsey strips it away, and we're going to get a travel on Kelsey. I'm not quite sure what the referee saw there that we didn't up top. It looked like Kelsey didn't have possession of the ball when she began making a motion towards the basket. It was stripped away from a Western player, and then Kelsey was trying to grab it as she went towards the basket. Either way, it's another turnover in a turnover plays game. UMass Boston all even at 36 with Western Connecticut State with 2:45 left in the third quarter. Smith a hard drive, has to pick up the dribble, looks down low for Dulaire. Kelsey a hand in. We'll get a Western Connecticut State inbounds just underneath the Beacons basket.
And Kelsey came into the second half with no points, and now she has 10. Really picking up the Beacons offense, scoring 10 out of their 14 points this half.
Only player in double figures for the Beacons. Sherwood looking for her first 3, drains it over Scott, who was closing out. It might have been lucky not to be called for the foul in a 4-point play.
And we talked about the dangerous of the Western Connecticut State offense and how good they really are from 3-point line.
Kelsey being guarded by Tashai Price now. Geary looking for help. Up top for Matthew. Down low for Scott. Working against 2 players. Chance for the N1. Can't finish. Dulaire is going to be whistled for the foul. The 4th already for Western Connecticut State with 2:14 left. We'll see Maritza Scott, who went over from the free throw line in the first half, a chance for 2 free throws here.
Yeah, we'll see if the Beacons' free throw percentage can really bump up, and that'll give them some points this second half.
Scott was 7 of 14 coming in, misses that one. Maritza now is 0 for 4 from the free throw line.
And once you get to 0 for 4, I mean, then it just comes mental. Just telling yourself, I don't know if I can make a free throw.
Almost hits that one. It stays on the top of the tin, and Katie Matthews called for the foul there, tying up the taller Dulaire. Looked as if it might almost benefit the Beacons as the missed free throw was just sitting there for a while. Instead, the Beacons whistled for the foul. Matthew, that's her second and the 3rd on the Beacons here in the third quarter. Tashai Price up top with it with 20 on the shot clock, over for Dulaire, working on Edwards. Sherwood looking for the back cut. Dulaire able to find Price, who's knocked down by Kelsey. And all of a sudden, we're tied at 4 team fouls apiece. First on Kelsey, one of the few Beacons who didn't have 2 fouls in the first half. But now either side, if they can draw a foul, will be shooting 2 free throws for the final 1:57. Smith throws it into the backcourt. Now it's a foot race here between Geary and Matthew. Price makes the steal, and they're going to call a reach in on Katie Matthew. And
I think these refs are just accustomed to blowing the whistle all day long.
And this isn't a retort at these particular refs, but you hate to see it when referees become the focal point in a game for the fans, for the broadcasters. It didn't look like much contact. Granted, the referee who whistled that one was from a slightly different perspective from us, but when every single player after every single call is looking at the referees in frustration, the referees are making too big of an impact on the game, and that's both ways. Both teams have been frustrated by the refs for the last 2 quarters.
And I mean, you talk about such a big conference game. You look at the conference game at the beginning of the year against Western Connecticut when Raven Kelsey apparently pushed off in the last seconds.
From what I've heard, that was a fair call. The Beacons admit that Kelsey pushed off. Raven, not so in agreement with it. But after the 2 free throws on the foul, 94 feet away from the basket by Price, it's a 4-point game. 1:40 to go. Both teams will be shooting free throws the rest of this quarter. We've got a foul away from the basket, and I didn't see much there. I think that's as much of a makeup call as anything else, as we saw 2 Beacons cutting different ways, and they're going to call the foul away from the play. It's Price who was trying to keep up with the red-hot Kesley.
Well, when you're talking about the men in stripes today calling all those fouls, the thing that is really going to change the game is free throws. And the Beacons haven't been able to hit. Hopefully Kesley can hit 2 of these and get the Beacons within 2.
Kesley knocks down the first and the second. The good news for the 2 sides is despite all the calls over the last 2 quarters, there weren't many in the first, there's only 1 player with 3 fouls. So you're not looking at anyone in serious foul trouble. Hurlburt for Western Connecticut State, one of their better players, does have 3, but doesn't have to worry entirely the rest of the way. As Labonte misses the 3, Kesley the rebound, and the Beacons have a chance to tie or take the lead. Kesley near corner. Matthew passes up the 3 over to the far side, fires that one just over the head of Sufredini, one of the Beacons' assistant coaches, and the Beacons turn it over once again.
And looking at Matthew's tunnel vision, Katrina Edwards was wide open. I know she's not a big 3-point shooter, but maybe give it to her and she drives the lane for a basket.
Yeah, Katie would love to have that pass back. Had Grace Geary open, just whipped it a bit too hard. Labonte driving in. She's been the hot hand. Sherwood in the corner looking for her second 3. Rattles out. Dulaire and Labonte were there. Dulaire gets the rebound and makes it a 42-38 Western game with 45 seconds left in the third quarter. Geary driving, double team, pulls it out for Burston, has a wide open Matthew. She'll take the 3. A little bit too strong, long rebound. That went off of Hurlburt. They're going to say it went off of Kesley after Hurlburt made contact. 31.7 seconds to go. Western can play for the last shot essentially here, trying to extend their lead back. They have not led by more than 6. Led by about 3 to 5 points for most of this quarter after going into the break leading 26-22. This has been by far the highest scoring quarter of the game. Burston giving pressure, and she's going to be called for the foul, running into the back of Hurlburt. It's Burston's third. 2 more free throws for Gabrielle Hurlburt coming in. She looked pretty good in the first half at the charity stripe. Ariana Rivera will check in for the final 13.2 for UMass Boston. A little bit of offense for defense.
Just not the tic-tac foul you wanted to give up if you were UMass Boston.
In that situation, Hurlburt's just looking to kill off enough clock to not give the Beacons a chance. Burston will check off. Hurlburt knocks down the free throw. Western Connecticut State continuing to shoot extremely well from the free throw line. With that made free throw, they're now 12 of 16, 75%, make it 13 of 17. The Beacons still shooting pretty poorly, 8 of 18, 44%. Full court pressure coming from Conn with a 6-point lead in 13.2 seconds left. Kesley, the inbounder, finds Geary right in front of the Western Connecticut State bench. Geary being double teamed with Dulaire shadowing her. Drops off. Geary with 5 all the way across for Matthew, trying to drain a 3. Bit too strong, long rebound. Come out of bounds with 0.5 seconds left. That'll do it for the third quarter. UMass Boston kept it close for the most part, but a late Western Connecticut State run takes them into the fourth quarter, leading 44-38. We'll take a break and then be back with a look ahead as UMass Boston trying to start off this 4-game homestand with a victory.
Come on, Jake. As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal laid it. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
Right now, we'll take a look ahead for UMass Boston at games 2, 3, and 4 of this homestand. UMass Boston will host UMass Dartmouth on Wednesday at 5:30. Next week, a rematch with Keene State College, a team the Beacons defeated in double overtime up in New Hampshire. That game's at 1 p.m., and then they'll close out January with a game against NESCAC powerhouse Bowdoin College, a perennial nationally ranked team. Steve, quick look at the stats. What jumps out at you after 3 quarters of play?
I mean, 3 quarters of play, I'd have to say, obviously the free throw percentage, we talked about that all night. The turnovers have kind of limited itself after having 15 and 13, obviously 20 and 18, but the Beacons kind of slowing down and getting more offense, well, both teams are for that matter.
2 teams picked up their play from behind the arc. Western hit 3 threes in the third quarter. The Beacons hit their first 2 of the game. UMass Boston will go with Geary, Kesley, Edwards, Jordan, and Matthew. Long 2 from Kesley. She's feeling it right now. Give her 14 points in the second half already.
14 points and having 0 points coming into the second half. I mean, you just have to feed it to her right now. She's red hot.
Dobson across for Iannotti. Now Labonte looking for help with 15 on the shot clock. Wove across for Samantha Smith. Runs into Edwards, and they're going to call a blocking foul on Edwards. Tried to get over in time to draw the charge for Katrina. That's foul number 2, and the first foul of the fourth quarter for either side.
And that puts Katrina Edwards at 3 fouls. Or is that 4?
I believe it's just 2 according to the live stats. Dobson off the inbounds can't hit the bunny, and the Beacons have a chance to cut into this 4-point deficit. Geary calling out directions. I believe we have a technical foul against UMass Boston. Don't know what just happened, actually. The Beacons fans extremely upset. They can actually hear what the ref was saying. Christina Baugh over there. Maybe it was a warning to the Beacons bench as they haven't announced anything at the scorer's table. UMass Boston fans really chewing out the VAR official from us. Matthew trying to get it in.
Oh, my gosh.
And they're going to call a foul just as the Beacons inbounded and hit a layup. I hate to emphasize referees, but right now everybody's focused on the referees, and they're certainly making impact as that foul is going to go against Western Connecticut State. Geary up top. That was the second on Samantha Smith. Geary all the way, able to hit the layup, and the Beacons back within 2 at 44-42 with 9 minutes left in regulation. Big defensive possession for the Beacons. It's Smith driving, runs over a Beacon, and the foul will be offensive. Smith ran right through Edwards, who's been looking for the charge. That's the second on Smith in a matter of possessions, 3rd overall.
And both coaches just baffled at the refereeing here tonight.
Kimberly Ribzik that time having some words with that referee. We don't have the names on which referee is which, but certainly the youngest of our 3 officials has had a rough night when it comes to the coaches and fans getting after him. Matthew looking to drive in, pulls out, takes the 4-footer, and we're tied at 44 with 8:40 left to go.
And that's a player that really has been quiet today. Only 2 points and a turnaround jumper that kind of put the Beacons.
Edwards blocks Hurlburt ahead for Kesley, a chance to take the first lead. Way off the mark. Rebound bounces around for Kesley. Throws it up again. Too strong again. Matthew the rebound. Tries to get it out. Got a foul coming on the pass out as Matthew took a hard fall to the hardwood. See who gets charged with this. It's the 4th foul coming against Dobson. A huge advantage for the Beacons if she goes to the bench. Instead, it'll be Iannotti. Dulaire checks back in for some additional rebounding. The Beacons chance to take the lead here. Edwards the catch, and a nice pass from Katie Matthew on the inbounds to give the Beacons a 46-44 lead with 8:15 left.
And you can feel the intensity rising in this Beacons athletic facility. Such a big game in the Little East.
Sherwood over to Hurlburt, takes the contested 2. Too strong, rebound tapped out by Geary, finds Kesley. Right back for Geary, has options ahead. Instead, she'll take it herself. Dishes it back out for Matthew. Good closeout from Labonte. Matthew, another short jumper. She's got 4 in a row, and the Beacons lead is 4 at 48-44 with under 8 to play.
And the Beacons really attacking the basket this quarter, taking to the paint and really making stuff happen.
UMass Boston has been weaving in and out, trying to catch Western Connecticut State. Here's a chance for Sherwood. It's going to be a foul before the shot. Two Beacons fought through the screen of Dobson. We'll see which Beacon is called for it. It'll be the fourth on Matthew. 4 on Matthew, 4 on Dobson. Key player for each side. It's the second foul on the Beacons here in the fourth. Western has been called for 3. Dobson to the bench here. Kimberly Ribzik not willing to take the chance. Christina Ball keeping Matthew out here, at least for the moment. Torres well off the mark. Sherwood the rebound. They reset the shot clock and shouldn't have. Long 2 from Sherwood catches the rim. Rebound loose. Geary the first player to it. Geary has Kelsey out ahead. Dribbles her way through. Geary all the way to the far side now. Needs help. Goes down low for Edwards. Good position. Able to knock it down. Edwards and Matthew have the Beacons' last 8, and UMass Boston their largest lead of the game, 50-44, forcing a Western Connecticut State timeout that will become immediate. We'll take a break, 7:09 to go. Take a look at some highlights as UMass Boston is finally finding their stride in this game.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
And I mean, looking at these highlights, Grace Geary just pushing the pace, an acrobatic lay-in for 2 for the Beacons.
Further along, this was the Matthew drive off the kick out from Geary. Able to knock it down, and then that last one from Edwards as UMass Boston taking the lead.
And when you talk about, I mean, Raven Kelsey has been huge in this second half. But, I mean, Katrina Edwards, great posterized move. I mean, she's been strong and aggressive down low and really doing great for the Beacons.
We'll take a look at that last one again. Love to see that pass from Grace Geary. Great court awareness, sensing that Edwards was going to be there. That's a blind no-look pass, essentially, as Geary just flings it with the right hand. Couldn't quite see her with the larger Dulaire on her. Able to knock it down. Back to live action, 23 on the shot clock, 7 minutes to go. Western in their biggest deficit of the game at 6. Hurlbert working on Edwards. Too strong with the left hand. Rebound loose, and Torres grabs it, gets the benefit of the bounce. Able to cut into the deficit, 50-46.
And most of Western's points have come this quarter off the 3 ball. It'll be interesting to see if they kind of try to go live by that or just try to pound inside.
Geary unable to finish on the layup. Maritza Scott comes in from behind. She's going to be charged with a personal. 3rd on the Beacons of the half. 4th on Scott. So 4 on Scott, 4 on Matthew for UMass Boston, and 4 on Dobson for Western Connecticut State. UMass Boston is led by as many as 6. Western Connecticut State is led by as many as 6. It's been a very tight game the whole way. 14 on the shot clock. Kick out. Labonte looking for another 3. Off the mark. Rebound comes loose. They're going to call the foul on Jordan, trying to box out the bigger Dulaire. 14 fouls on UMass Boston. Steve, we could really see a lot of free throws down the stretch in this game.
And someone to watch is Labonte. I mean, she has been hot outside the 3-point range. I mean, she made 3 this second half and a lot of jumpers inside. I mean, she is a very good basketball player, and if you were the Beacons, you really want to guard her tight.
Apologize, we didn't even recognize it. Jordan was out there with 4 fouls. That was her 5th. So Chantel Jordan is fouled out with 6:19 to play. If this game goes to overtime, the Beacons down a rotation player. Dobson is back out there along with Labonte, Sherwood, Mirzewski, and Hurlbert, the freshman point guard. Corner 3 from Dobson, too strong. Kelsey able to corral the rebound. Trying to get over for Geary, stripped away by Labonte, who's able to hold on. New 30. The Beacons thought there was a double dribble.
Yeah, it looked like a double dribble. I thought I saw that from here.
The referee indicated the Beacons got a hand in on it. That was why the Beacons didn't get the call.
I mean, they're blowing the whistle all night, and they hesitate to blow it there.
Sherwood up top for Labonte. Has to drive with Geary coming through. They're going to call a block on Scott. That's 5 on her. Beacons fouling out twice here in the matter of about 25 seconds. UMass Boston still has Quinones, Illabodi, and Rivera, 3 players they've used in this game, along with Matthew on the bench. Scott and Jordan both fouling out, with the Beacons unable to get the ball across the half-court line, and it's their 5th personal of the quarter, so Western will shoot the double bonus for the final 5:44.
And Western shooting great on free throws today. I mean, 76.5%.
13 of 17, make it 14 of 18. Labonte knocking down the first to cut it to a 50-47 game. Iannotti back in there for number 21, Mirzuski.
And Michaela Illabodi checked in the game. I mean, she was dominant down low in the first quarter, but you haven't seen much of her since.
Labonte knocks down both, give her 16 for the game, 4 of 4 from the free throw line. Tashai Price back into the game for Sherwood. Bursting out there with Edwards, Geary, Illabodi, and Kelsey. Illabodi's calling for it. Kelsey has the hot hand. Geary's been good as well. Geary with 16 over to Edwards. Not comfortable that far away from the basket. Illabodi still working. Pass way too strong, finds Geary. Geary behind the back look, finds Edwards for another open 2, and the lead is 4.
And we talked about her great passing before in the highlight reel. Another great pass by Geary to find Katrina Edwards for a lay-in.
Triple team still able to find it. Labonte wide open from the corner, knocks it down. It's a 1-point game, 52-51.
I mean, we talked about it before. The Beacons really have to emphasize guarding Labonte behind the three-point line.
She has been red hot from distance. 3 of 8, all 3 of her threes coming here in the second half. Give her 19 for the game. Geary, the 4-footer, blocked out of bounds by the larger Labonte. Under 5 minutes. That stoppage will take us to our final media timeout of the game. UMass Boston leading by a single point, 52-51, 4:45 left. Stick with us, folks, after this commercial break for the exciting conclusion of this Little East Conference contest.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
And talking about birthdays, our sports information director, Dave Wahlberg. Happy birthday to you. I know you're listening in right now. Congrats on the birthday.
Dave down at the scorer's table, providing the stats for both ends of this Little East Conference doubleheader. UMass Boston leads 52-51. Possession arrow right now with Western Connecticut State. 5 fouls against the Beacons in the quarter already. 3 for Western Connecticut State. So the Colonials will shoot the double bonus the rest of the way. The Beacons need to draw 2 more fouls. Already 2 players have fouled out for UMass Boston. Maritza Scott and Chantel Jordan. Katie Matthew out there with 4 fouls. Emily Dobson has returned. She has 4 as well.
I mean, we've heard the whistle all night. It was no surprise when 2 players fouled out this early for the Beacons. But we talked about it before. They went to overtime last game, not having those 2 players.
Geary finds Matthew on the inbounds, able to finish. That was close to a 5-second call. Sorry for interrupting you there. Beacons have feasted, especially here in the fourth, on their inbounds, able to find cutters for easy looks. 3-point lead. There's a good cut. Dobson draws the 5th on Matthew and has a chance to tie it up at 54. Third player to foul out for UMass Boston. Christina Ball running out of bodies on the bench. She's got Quinones, Illabodi, and Rivera, 3 bench players who have saw some time today. Already has seen one of her starters foul out, 2 of her key bench players. Now Ariana Rivera, the sophomore out of Burlington, will replace Matthew. And that's a tough spot because the Beacons need their small forward, per se, Jordan, Matthew, whoever's in that spot, a guard who's playing the forward position, to rebound, pass the ball, play good defense, and probably play someone bigger than them. Not an easy look for Rivera, who hasn't seen a ton of time in this game as we're tied at 54.
I'd have to disagree with you. I think that it's tough for the Beacons, but Rivera has been playing great basketball for the Beacons in the last couple weeks.
Rivera dribbles it off her foot. Geary able to pick it up with 12. Stripped. They're going to call the foul on the floor. Labonte, not one of the players who's in a ton of foul trouble. That's only her third. Actually, her second. Fourth team foul on the Colonials. Every foul from here on out, unless it's offensive, will lead to free throws. Kelsey for Edwards on the free throw line. Looking to have players clear out. Tries to get it back down low for Kelsey. Good pass underneath against Iannotti. Another basket in the paint for UMass Boston. Christina Ball will call the timeout. Her team leading by 2 with 3:57 to go. Steve, huge 4 minutes for both team seasons coming up. What do you need to do if you're either side here to come away with the W?
Well, I mean, obviously the officiating's been tough all night. It's just not fouling and making free throws when you get the opportunity. And mentioning Rivera checking into the game, a very good free throw shooter for the Beacons at 68.7% this year.
Neither side came in shooting particularly well from the free throw line this year, both under 70%. The Beacons were the statistically better free throw shooting team. They'll actually bring in Alicia Quinones at least to start this 3:57 chunk. Sure that we'll see mixing and matching for Christina Ball, looking for scoring, defense, rebounding. You have Illabodi to come up if you need a key rebound or a key stop. Quinones can do a little bit of everything, as can Rivera. Quinones has a couple of inches on Rivera, though, as she guards against Price here. The handoff for Iannotti, couldn't quite handle it. Labonte kicks it out, looking for Dobson at corner three, knocks it down, and Western has the lead right back at 57-56.
And I was just about to mention that. Another thing the Beacons have to do is really guard the three-point and the outside shooting game for the Colonials.
Dobson started to get hot, but the Beacons answer.
Raven Kelsey staying hot in this half.
Kelsey with the long two, I believe, as they ruled that Dobson shot was a two as well. So 58-56 UMass Boston. Price working on Quinones. Edwards gets over, causes the altered shot, and it's way off the mark. UMass Boston chance to extend this lead. Neither side is led by more than 6. 3 minutes to go in regulation. UMass Boston looking to move to 4-3 in conference play and split the season series. Geary around Hurlburt, off glass, can't quite finish. Labonte has the rebound. 2-on-1 break. Price with Dobson running to her left. Back to Price. Almost able to finish. Then it looked like it was falling out on the second effort off the front of the rim and down to tie it at 58. And that's maybe a little bit, got ahead of myself on that one. Looked like Price might have actually left that up short. Edwards from the elbow working on Iannotti. Iannotti giving her space off the glass, and that's where Edwards is feasted today.
Edwards being huge for the Beacons, obviously down low, aggressive move, great basket.
2:15 to go, the Beacons leading 60-58 in a game that was very slow to start offensively. Both teams have picked up the pace here in the second half. Labonte downhill, long two from Dobson, can't quite finish, lots of players down low. Kelsey grabs the rebound off the back of Dulaire. The Beacons have 3 in the front court. Western has 3 as well. Geary all the way with the left hand, can't finish. Edwards the rebound, blocked from behind, and Kelsey will grab it with the shot clock resetting. Minute 50 to play. Every possession becomes a bit more important at this point. Bursting across for Geary. Geary, the pass for Quinones. Quinones couldn't catch it. Hurlburt got a hand on it. Bursting across. Geary looking for a huge three. Drains it. And the Beacons lead is 63-58 with a minute 35 to play. Huge reaction from the Beacons bench after a rare three-pointer in this one. Dobson gets the handoff over to Iannotti, kicked out. Dobson wants a three from straight away, a little bit short. Iannotti gets a hand on it. Burston wins the foot race. Burston against 2 players, no need to get a shot off, and she'll slow it down. Western has a minute 10 left, 25 on the shot clock. Don't have to give the foul here, but they need a stop. Burston dribbling through, content to kill some clock. Into the hands of Geary. This is the Beacons' go-to player and has been the last 3 years. 10 on the shot clock. Crossover dribble all the way with the left hand. No good. Rebound in and out of the hands of Edwards. Picked up by Dobson with 50 to go. Western needs to push the pace. Price in there with Labonte. 2-on-1. Backside for Labonte. Fouled, but she'll have to earn it the hard way as Quinones got her enough there to alter the shot. Third on Alicia Quinones, and we'll see Caitlin Labonte, the top scorer in today's game for Western, have to go back to the line where she's 4 of 4.
I mean, a huge three-pointer for Grace Geary right there. 2 of 10 from the field for three-point for the Beacons today. Just a huge three-pointer to say the least.
Levante looking for point number 20. It rims in and out. Her first miss from the free throw line today. Dulaire will check in for Iannotti. Beacons are to keep the same five of Edwards, Kelsey, Burston, Quinones, and Geary out there. They thought about bringing Illabodi in, but they'll keep her on the bench for the moment. Levante goes 1 of 2. The Beacons will take one of their final remaining timeouts. 4-point game, 43.5 seconds left. While we've got a chance, let's take a look at that Grace Geary 3. UMass Boston extended the lead to 5 at that point. And this just shows scorers are always going to be confident. Bursting a good look across, and Geary just so much confidence in her own abilities.
Yeah, just finds the bottom of the net here, puts the Beacons up 5, and obviously the missed free throw by Levante, still a two-possession game for the Beacons.
43.5 seconds left. If Western fouls, it's going to lead to free throws. They already have the 14 fouls. The Beacons need to avoid giving fouls. If you take a look at our social media page, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter, we'll have updates on all 4 after today's game, and of course, on beaconsathletics.com. We'll have the highlights for you of this game on YouTube. You can check out some looks from around this contest as UMass Boston leading by 4 with 43.5 seconds left. Right now, Steve, the Beacons have the ball with 30 on the shot clock. Who are you looking to get the ball into, especially knowing that Western's probably looking to foul?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, Grace Geary, great free throw shooter. Raven Kelsey, another great free throw shooter. Just got to get it and make those free throws.
Geary calls for the ball. Western not giving the foul, down by 4 with 40 seconds left. The Beacons can take this game down to about 12 seconds left. Now Levante is going to come out and play a little bit further away. Geary asking for help from Burston, swings it for Edwards. That's the player you want to foul. Dobson not giving it. Up top for Kelsey. She can handle it. 13 left on the shot clock, 25 in the game. What is Western doing defensively? Dulaire finally gets the foul. Kimberly Ribzik was throwing her hands up in dismay. That is the last thing you want to do. You give up 20 seconds on the shot clock, and then you foul.
The best player on the court.
It just doesn't make sense to me. So often you see that. It's just a lack of awareness defensively, and Geary can make them pay if she hits both here. Hits the first one. Dulaire gave up the foul. That's her second.
I mean, in the timeout, aren't you saying foul this person or foul that
Long
person?
Rebound into the hands of Edwards. Back over to Geary, and Geary has a chance to ice this game. They're not giving the foul here. Triple team. Geary dribbles out of it over to Burston, nearly turned it over. Burston, well, he's finally fouled with 10.6 seconds left, and that is as bad of a possession as Western possibly could have had. We've talked about it all night long, giving up offensive rebounds on free throws. It's the 4th or 5th instance between the two teams, and that's a killer if you're a Colonials fan. Burston knocks down the first, 65-59. If she can hit the second, it'll be the largest lead of the game for either side here with 10.6 seconds left. Burston, the calm-handed senior, knocks it down. Western timeout. And Steve, let's review that last possession. The Beacons had the ball with 41 seconds left, 30 on the shot clock. Western doesn't give the foul until 20 seconds left. They foul Geary, one of the Beacons' better free throw shooters. In fact, their best statistical one. Goes 1 of 2. You're only down at that point by 5. If you get the rebound, a chance for a 3, maybe a steal. You still have time left with about 16, 17 seconds left. Then Edwards, the hustle play to get the rebound. And then Burston, one of your better free throw shooters, knocks down both. So frustrating if you're a Western fan. Such a huge sequence if you're a Beacons fan, as this group looking to close out a win that's been difficult to do here. The Beacons have already lost 4 games at home, 2 and 4. Have 2 losses already this season by 3 points. This is maybe a sign of things to come where the Beacons are able to turn that tide and win a close one, potentially.
Yeah, and with not all their players. I mean, some of their players are on the bench, obviously, and this is just great to see if you're a Beacons fan.
Western needs to get a shot up fast. They have 3 seconds into the corner. Levante off the side of the backboard, and the Beacons win it. A huge comeback for UMass Boston. A deflating first half in which they just couldn't get anything going. UMass Boston puts up 44 points in the second half. They come from behind late to win by 7, their largest lead of the game. Steve, what was your biggest takeaway from this contest?
I mean, honestly, it's just the fact that the Beacons' resilience and their aggressiveness in the end to really seal this game off.
Take a commercial break, head down low with an interview with Christina Ball, bring you the final stats, the final highlights, and then we'll bring you game 2 of our doubleheader in just about 15 minutes as UMass Boston takes on Western Connecticut State, looking for the conference doubleheader sweep.
Take me out to the ball game, take me out to the crowd, buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
The UMass Boston Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year, and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin, it's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite a few of us for so many wonderful things.
But my hope is that the sound of the bat, that's so irresistible to us at Fenway Park, will echo through this field and will call further together the academic communities of BC High and of UMB, but especially that it will call together the youthful neighborhood communities of boys and girls who are awaiting it so eagerly.
I can't wait to put those shovels in the ground. Thank you.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. Because I won the Chancellor Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened. I could either go home and kind of forget about that experience and kind of block it out, or I could do something so that things like that never happened again. UMass provides me with opportunities that I wouldn't get anywhere else and gives me a global perspective in a public setting. I definitely transformed at UMass.
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single.
Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me.
Personally, it was the make or break us, you know. Were we going to turn the corner defensively and rebounding and be we, not me? And I thought we did that tonight. To have 3 kids foul out and still come away and still have energy on the bench and everybody just locked in. It was great. It was great to see. It was great to see some kids step up and make big shots.
Upperclassmen, Grace Geary came alive in the 3rd and 4th quarters as well. How big is that for some of your upperclassmen to step up? Your freshmen didn't score a lot today, but they're still learning the conference play to get your best players to play big in a big game.
Yeah, it was huge. You know, the 2 double-doubles. It's just like, you know, confidence, and that's what winning does. It breeds confidence. So that's been kind of the motto the last week is just be confident. You know, forget our record, forget the score, just play the clock. And I thought we did that today.
Well, we've seen these 2 teams play in the conference tournament the last 2 years. Might be a preview for a 3rd year in a row. Thanks so much for your time, Coach. We'll take a look at the highlights from the 3rd and 4th quarters and then be back with the final stats here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. Beacon shooting 15 of 18 from the free throw line, 83.3%. Misses the second, but Raven Kesley skies the rebound. Goes all the way, draws another foul, and one. A chance looking to drive past Smith. Near side for Jordan, who's been very quiet. Kesley has a chance to answer. Knocks down the three, the first of the day for the Bears. Burston going to work. A lot of players crowding her. Kesley will take the elbow line jumper. She's got 5. And now Hurlburt might have traveled. Doesn't get the call for the Beacons. Labonte, who's just as hot as Kesley, have trailed for the most part in this game. Near side, Kelsey's hot. She's looking for her third three. Knocks it down for the game. UMass Boston will go with Geary, Kesley, Edwards, Jordan, and Matthew. Long two from Kesley. She's feeling it right now. Western Connecticut State. Geary up top. That was the second on Samantha Smith. Geary all the way, able to hit the layup, and the beat ahead. Instead, she'll take it herself. Dishes it back out for Matthew. Good closeout from Labonte. Matthew, another short jumper. She's ahead, dribbles her way through. Geary all the way to the far side now, needs help, goes down low for Edwards, good position, able to knock it down. Away from the basket, Illabodi still working, pass way too strong, finds Geary. Geary behind the back look, finds Edwards for another.
Not having those two players.
Geary finds Matthew on the inbounds, able to finish. That was close to a 5-second. Kesley for Edwards on the free throw line. Looking to have players clear out. Tries to get it back down low for Kesley. Good pass underneath against Iannotti. Another basket in the paint for Price. Might have actually left that up short. Edwards from the elbow working on Iannotti. Iannotti giving her space off the glass. And that's where Edwards is feasted. The pass for Quinones. Quinones couldn't catch it. Hurlburt got a hand on it. Bursting across. Geary looking for a huge three. Drains it. And the Beacons lead is in there with Labonte. 2-on-1. Backside for Labonte. Fouled, but she'll have to earn it the hard way. Welcome back, folks. Right now we'll take a look at our post-game show. We're going to rush it a little bit just because the men's game is coming up in about 15 minutes. First, the final statistics. See, the free throw shooting is certainly something UMass Boston would look to work on. They did get it up to 50% in the final stats as UMass Boston ended up shooting, 7 of 11 in the second half after just 2 of 9 in the first half. But all the other stats, the Beacons did a great job defensively for a second game in a row, winning the rebounding battle and pretty much winning every single battle.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to point on. I mean, it was even at halftime with rebounds. Everything else was really even. But the thing that pulled the Beacons, helped the Beacons win today, obviously was the rebounds, and they improved in the second half with that.
And you look at the final stats, the Beacons were outscored in every single quarter but the fourth. They made up all that ground in the fourth quarter, 28-15 overall. Take a look right now at the final team statistics. A couple double-doubles for the Beacons, 18 from Raven Kesley with 12 rebounds. Katrina Edwards had 13 and 10. Grace Geary had 16. Huge games from a couple of Beacons. On the other side, Caitlin Labonte, the only player who came up big for Western Connecticut State.
Yeah, and I mean, in the fourth quarter, in the third quarter, Raven Kesley, 18 points, had 0 points after the first half. Grace Geary, obviously, being the player that she is, knocked down that huge three-pointer at the end of the game. And Kesley grabbing 12 rebounds, really dominating in the paint.
We've got to look right now at the conference scoreboard, trying to update the conference standings before we close out here. UMass Boston moves to 4-3, at worst in fourth place. UMass Dartmouth beating Keene State, so Keene State now at 5-2. UMass Dartmouth moves up to 5-2. A tie for second place is Eastern Connecticut State, 6-1 after their big win over Southern Maine. Southern Maine falls to 1-6. Eastern 6-1, and Plymouth State all over Rhode Island College. Their second conference win of the year. They're 2-5. Rhode Island College is 2-5 as well. So the Beacons sit in fourth place, a game ahead of Western Connecticut State, 2 games ahead of Rhode Island College and Plymouth State. Not too bad. Top 4 teams get to host in the quarterfinals. The Beacons a step closer towards potentially hosting. Right now, we'd like to take a moment to give a shout out to our production crew, doing a great job in this one. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Steve Witkowski on air, Alex Carasoto and Anthony Searles, your directors, Pepper Baker on instant replay, Carly Robinson, Brian Kaufman, Sal Frashino, and Lauren Mitsiaris, your camera operators. That'll do it for game 1 of our doubleheader. We'll be back in about 4 minutes for game number 2. UMass Boston earns a 66-59 win to earn the split of this Little East Conference series against Western Connecticut State this regular season. For game 2 of our Little East Conference doubleheader, the women's provided a very fun finish. The Beacons women's team earning a 66-59 game. This game might be a little bit higher scoring. You bring in the number 1 scoring team in the conference, Western Connecticut State, averaging over 80 points a game. UMass Boston, they're not too shabby in their own right. They earned a 93-90 win at Western Connecticut State the first time around. My name is Seth Orensky, joined by Steve Witkowski. And Steve, we'll take a look right now at the team statistics. Western's offensive numbers are very fun to watch, but their defense has struggled. 85.3 points a game. The Beacons, both of their numbers a little bit lower. What does UMass Boston need to do in this game to sort of assert their kind of pace and really make sure this is Beacons basketball rather than playing a Colonials type of game?
I mean, when they play their best basketball, they really run the ball through Sam Freeman and really trust him to kind of orchestrate the offense for them and not really slow the game down or quicken it up if that's what they want to do. And obviously, the first game that they played, Western Connecticut, Sam Freeman, career high, 30 points. So I'm sure they're looking to have the same type of game today and really orchestrate their offense through Sam Freeman.
Freeman comes in as the Beacons' leading scorer at over 17 points per game, 6th best in the conference. On the other side, Bobby Bynum having a huge comeback season. The junior who missed a year and a half due to what we presume was an injury, missed the second half of his sophomore season and all of last year out of New Haven, Connecticut. He's 4th in the conference at 18.5 points per game, also 3rd in the conference with 4.2 assists per game. It's no surprise that Western has 3 players in the top 10 in the conference in scoring. On the other side for the Beacons, a couple of key players, Dan Powers, Sam Freeman, Ty Lee, all 3 of whom had big games the first time around against Western Connecticut State.
And, I mean, his name's not on there. Alex Sanchez, very clutch 4 points, the last 4 points to lead the Beacons team to a win. Obviously, it's going to be an exciting one here at Clark Athletic Center.
First game down at Feldman Gymnasium, it was UMass Boston building a 20-plus point lead. Western Connecticut State came all the way back, led in the final 15 seconds. Sanchez, a go-ahead layup, and then after a Bobby Bynum miss, Sanchez got the ball into his hands, hit a pair of free throws, and the Beacons won 93-90 in both teams' conference openers. Right now we'll take a look at our player to watch. That's Dan Powers, the senior out of Beverly, Mass. Westwood, Mass, has been phenomenal this season. Powers has been especially good as of late. A 24-point, 20-rebound double-double against Southern Maine on Wednesday in a tight loss in which Southern Maine scored the final 4 points. But for a guy who's come off the bench or started and has played a tough role as the Beacons' power forward, an undersized power forward, to be putting up numbers like that just shows the heart of this young man who started his collegiate career at Endicott College.
And there's a lot of plays on sometimes that actually don't make the stat sheet. He's a very good hustle player, a very good defensive player, and definitely a leader on this Beacons team.
Powers, we believe, is in the starting lineup, and we're actually going to take a look at the UMass Boston starting lineup right now. Iser Barnes, Alex Sanchez, Dan Powers back in the starting lineup again today. Sam Freeman and Kareem Kirksey, a veteran group for UMass Boston. 3 seniors, 1 junior, and 1 freshman. They'll bring a lot of youth off the bench. We'll see Ty Lee. We'll also see Dason Sinelli along with Neil Cesar, one of the Beacons' other seniors. On the other side for Western Connecticut State, Jason Harlow, the first-year interim head coach, had to replace an entire starting 5 essentially. They lost their top 4 scorers, 3 of them starters. Bynum's been a huge addition. They'll also go with Elias Rodriguez, Aaron Samuel, Trayvon Perry, and Rashard Rodriguez. Perry's the big man to watch on this side, the senior out of Waterbury, Connecticut. Tops on the team with his 7.2 rebounds and 1.6 blocks per game. He's also 4th with 11.2 points per game. While we've got a moment, let's talk about Jason Harlow, the Western Connecticut State head coach. Steve, this is a little bit before your time, but Harlow's taking over for one of the most famous coaches in Little East Conference history. Western Connecticut State for years was coached by Bob Campbell. In fact, 32 years. He went 598 and 278, 7 NCAA tournament trips, 5 LEC titles. In September, he announces he was retiring as of Halloween. For Harlow to be 10-5 in his first year as head coach at his alma mater, that's an extremely impressive start.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough position to be put in, obviously. But obviously, with such a good offense that they've really had, he's had no real troubles so far. So obviously it's exciting, and Jason Harris on the other side is a great addition for the Beacons in the last 2 years.
You mentioned Jason Harris, the Beacons' second-year head coach. This is only the second time that UMass Boston and Western Connecticut State have met between the two programs where it hasn't involved either Campbell or longtime UMass Boston head coach Charlie Titus. Harris has the Beacons at 10-6 this year, 3-3 in conference, a game ahead of Western Connecticut State. And while the Beacons struggled last year, to be over 500 after winning just one game in the second half shows that this program is certainly going in the right direction.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone knew it was going in the right direction when Coach Harris really stepped on. Such a great coach and such an influential coach. But with 4 wins last year, it was talked about that they were kind of in the process of rebuilding, and it's going to take a little time. But they came out this year and just really went on a run, and obviously have really asserted themselves as a competitor in the Little East.
The Beacons looking to sweep Western Connecticut State for the first time since the 2012-2013 season. So you see that stat right there. Great work from our director, Alex Carasoto, on point for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Right now we'll take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with the keys to the game as UMass Boston and Western Connecticut State about to get underway in Game 2 of our Little East Conference doubleheader.
Come on, Jake. As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal Lady. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
While we've got a second, we'll take a look at the all-time series between these two teams. Western Connecticut State does hold the lead at 37-15. UMass Boston looking for their second home win in 3 seasons against Western Connecticut State. They've lost 6 of the past 8, but that one win came in Charlie Titus's last game here at home. UMass Boston looking to keep this series a little bit more even. Western Connecticut State has had the better end of things recently. They've won 6 of 8 and 16 of 19 before the win back in December. Right now, we'll take a look at the keys to the game. Steve, what jumps off the page to you?
I mean, obviously, it's just, we talked about it earlier, Freeman has to be a big part of their offense so they can really dictate the pace of this game. I think those go really hand in hand. And you need more secondary scoring, obviously, with Alex Sanchez, Ty Lee. We talked about it, Powers, and a couple other players like Kirksey and other players off the bench for the Beacons really need to step up against a great offense for Western Connecticut State.
UMass Boston, the home whites with the blue numbers and white trim. Western in the rust orange road unis with the white trim around the numbers. Not the easiest to read, but certainly made the stroke effect bold enough to make it a little bit easier. UMass Boston going from left to right, working against the man-to-man. It's Sanchez with it, the freshman guard out of Salem, finds Freeman on the block, working down low, and the easy hook shot, an early 2-0 lead. So UMass Boston immediately goes into the paint for their leading scorer, senior center out of Boston, Massachusetts. On the other side, it's Aaron Samuel, not the Aaron Samuel of Mean Girls. I had to make at least one reference, get it out of the way early. Trayvon Perry dishes it back out top for Elias Rodriguez.
I'm glad you cleared that one up. Thank you.
Elias Rodriguez over Kirksey. Really nice job closing him out, and Freeman has 2 points and a rebound early. 50 seconds in. Sanchez all the way to the tin, a bit too strong. Rebound into the long reach of Rashard Rodriguez, 6'5", 190. Rodriguez all the way. We've got a charge. Good work from Iser Barnes giving up the body.
I mean, quick game so far. Obviously, Alex Sanchez taking to the hole. Great open lay-in. Just can't connect with it, and Western Connecticut runs it back.
This Western Connecticut State team had to deal with the loss of Kevin Love, another great name that's not associated with the more famous player. as Love was averaging 9.2 points and 6 rebounds first semester, not back with the team for second semester. Freeman a little bit short on the 6-foot look, and there was a bit of contact between Powers and Bobby Bynum, no call. Ball dished out to the free throw line, and a sweet stroke from Trayvon Perry to tie this game at 2-2. Powers up top, Freeman down low, gets behind the defense. Elias Rodriguez going for the steal. He's got 4 in the Beacons lead, 4-2, minute and 40 in.
And you can see why Sam Freeman really dominated that last game against Western Connecticut State. Not a lot of height or physicality on this team.
It's interesting that Elias Rodriguez is drawing the job of handling Freeman. He's only 6'2", 220, pass down low for the bigger Rashard Rodriguez, unable to finish at 6'5", 190. Sanchez the strip. They're going to call the foul from behind on Sanchez on the strip. But you see 6'5", 190, 6'2", 220. Neither are a great matchup for Freeman, who stands at 6'5", or 6'4", 215, has the size advantage on one and the weight advantage on the other.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes as a coach, you just try to really switch it up. Obviously, if he's a more physical player, especially after Sam Freeman torched them last game.
Long rebound comes up to Powers off the missed 3 from Rashard Rodriguez, sophomore out of Trumbull, Connecticut. Averaging 15 points per game, good for 3rd on the team, 10th in the conference. Freeman calling for it, being guarded by Elias. Down low, Kirksey all the way through off the glass, and it's a 6-2 Beacons lead.
Kirksey, a huge transfer for the Beacons this year, really giving them some leadership from an upperclassman.
Senior transfer from MCLA, came along with his former head coach, Jamie Morrison, the longtime head coach at MCLA. Took a job as an academic advisor at UMass Boston, helping out as an assistant coach. Trayvon Perry knocks down his second jump shot, and the lead is 6-4 for UMass Boston 3 minutes in. Sanchez, the hesitation dribble, wide open, Powers up top, drains it. The Beacons hot from the field to start, 9-4 here, 3 minutes in.
And he's one player that you really want to see connect from three-point, because once he gets one, he gets more.
Dan Powers, 3rd in the conference, shooting over 40% from distance. Elias Rodriguez tries to answer, bit off the mark, and Freeman another rebound. Sanchez sees a lane, looking to go all the way, lost it on his hip, able to retain possession, finds Powers working on the block against 2 players. Huge block from behind. Believe that one was Bynum. It's actually Bynum throwing it off of Barnes. It was the other number 3 out there, Rashard Rodriguez, swatting away at Dan Powers. 26 on the shot clock, 16:30 to play in the first half. We'll get our first media timeout at the first whistle after 16 minutes. Bynum, who's been quiet. Another jump shot from Western. Off the glass, no good from Aaron Samuel, his first look of the day. Sanchez ahead for Barnes, has Freeman down low, skips it to the near side. Kirksey, like a wide receiver, makes the catch, but throws it into the backcourt. The Beacons almost turned it over once on that possession. Instead, it's the second pass that leads to the change in possession.
And the Beacons coming off one of their worst losses of the year. It'll be interesting to see how they really bounce back. Obviously, pushing the pace early.
Yeah, the Beacons lost to a Southern Maine team that was 0-5 in conference previously. UMass Boston shooting about 54% from the free throw line, a big reason why they lost the game by 4, 82-78. On the other side, Western played Eastern Connecticut State extremely tight in the first half. They were even after 20 minutes, but gave up a 9-0 run and a 10-0 run in a home loss to the first-place Warriors. From the near side, it's Trayvon Perry with his 3rd basket, 9-6. Perry has all 6 for Western. Sanchez drives hard, can't finish, draws the foul, and will head to the line for 2.
And you can see that Alex Sanchez is getting a little more comfortable playing collegiate basketball. Obviously, his first couple games, you really didn't see him taking to the rack like that with initiative.
First foul on Bobby Bynum, second on Western Connecticut State. We'll take a commercial break with the team for this media timeout.
UMass Boston is my first choice because of the incredible theater department.
Because it has an excellent honors college.
Because here I get to interact with professors one-on-one.
Because I'm not going to be crazy in debt when I graduate.
Because at UMass Boston, I've met professors who have changed my life.
My first choice.
My first choice.
My first choice.
My first choice.
Make the University of Massachusetts Boston your first choice. Visit umb.edu/first choice.
Two teams are still in their huddles. Steve, while we have a moment, just 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the men's game, let's recap the women's game. An exciting one. Very slow start for both sides, but UMass Boston picking up in the fourth quarter to earn the big win.
Yeah, obviously a huge game on both sides in Little East Conference, and UMass Boston prevailed with good free throw shooting and a huge three from Grace Geary.
This is the third of 4 conference games going on today for UMass Boston teams. The women's hockey team fell 5-1. The women's basketball team winning by 7. Men's hockey team set to start at 4 p.m. as Sanchez hits the first. The Beacons, the #1 free throw shooting team in the conference. That's part of the reason why that poor free throw shooting performance at Southern Maine was such a downer, shooting 73.3%. They're third in the conference in terms of made free throws at 255 as Sanchez hits both, and the Beacons lead is back to 5 at 11-6. Into the game for the first time for Western Connecticut State. Actually, that's Samuel staying in. Trayvon Perry is red hot.
Red hot, the only offense for the Colonials so far. I mean, we talked about Bynum and the other shooters for this team, and he's really carrying this offense right now.
Perry's 4 for 4. The rest of the Colonials 0 for 4. Sanchez drives baseline over the much taller Rashard Rodriguez. Alter the shot enough to make him throw that one up short. Bobby Bynum, the leading scorer in this game, 18.5 points per game, has been silent thus far. Gives it up for Elias Rodriguez. Driving on the smaller Sanchez, tipped away by Freeman. Samuel thought about it. Will pass up the shot with 15 on the shot clock. Over to Perry. Up top for Rashard Rodriguez. Blocked by Powers. Tipped out of bounds. Nope. It's going to be saved by Barnes. And now the referee is going to call a late whistle and say that Barnes was out of bounds. He blew that whistle 2 seconds after Barnes had evacuated the baseline. Referees for this game, Paul Holleran, Sean Roberts, and Chris Bennett. Western Connecticut State will send Elias and Rashard Rodriguez to the bench. Checking in for the first time, Marcus Brown, the junior guard out of New Haven, Connecticut, who's on the ball right here. Out there with Bynum, and the new substitute, Josh Green, the sophomore forward out of Hartford, Connecticut, who was an all-rookie team member a year ago, 6'4", 188, another big body. Good baseline drive and one opportunity for Aaron Samuel. The first on Dan Powers, second on the Beacons, and Western has a chance to make this a 5-0 run in a tie ball game. Samuel out of Stratford, Connecticut on the season. 75.6% free throw shooter. Easily hits the first for UMass Boston. Sanchez to the bench. Dason Sinelli, one of their freshmen who's played in every game this season. Guard out of Boston, Massachusetts. Averaging 3.1 points, 2.7 rebounds. Powers has a lane, kicks it out for Sinelli. Back up top. Barnes thought about the three. Ball fake over for Powers, looking for another one. Way off the mark. Might have been tipped. Freeman gets the pass. Can't finish. Rebound tapped out to a sea of Beacons. Barnes is blocked. 2 on the possession. Thrown ahead for Green. Green with Sinelli coming back. Doesn't give the foul. Western has their first lead at 13-11.
And that's something with the Beacons, that when they really try to drive the paint, it's sometimes tough just because their height difference.
Couple of big swats for Western early on. They have at least 3 or 4 of them. Got a foul on the floor. Not sure who's going to get called for this one. It will be Trayvon Perry picking up his first, team's third. Kareem Kirksey will head to the bench with Sanchez coming back. Haven't seen Ty Lee yet, which is interesting. He's been in the starting lineup for the most part. We're already 6 minutes and 15 seconds in. Freeman has 4. Gets the touch, takes the long 2. Front rim, no good. He's been short on back-to-back. Green the rebound, and he's a one-man fast break. Finally forced to pull it up as Freeman got back, the only real shot blocker on the Beacons. Samuel, a contested 2. Rattles that one home off the bank, and he's got 5 in a row. It's an 8-0 run, and Western leads by 4, 15-11. Sanchez all the way to the tin, off glass. This game is being played at an exhilarating pace. Marcus Brown will slow it down at least for a moment. Waiting to check in at the scorer's table, it's Dimitrios Sesmetskis. the football player, about to appear in his second game at Western Connecticut State. The Beacons get a rare block. Barnes trying to go all the way, has it stripped from behind by Brown. All out ahead of the pack is Joust Green. He doesn't finish as Sanchez got back. Second foul on Alex Sanchez. So he avoids giving up the easy two, but that'll probably send him to the bench for at least the next 5 or 6 minutes.
And the Beacons are trying to run the pace just like Western Connecticut, and a couple turnovers resulting from that.
2 free throws upcoming for Joust Green. 6'4", 188, averaging 15.2 points, second on the team, 9th in the conference, along with 6.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists, and leading the conference with 2.8 steals per game. This is a guy that does everything for this team. Trayvon Perry will head to the bench. Steve, I love this story. Demetrios Sesmetskis, sophomore center out of Hopewell Junction, New York, tight end on the football team, caught 2 touchdowns this year on 6 catches, and now he's playing in his second game on the basketball team. 6'6", 240. This team has some real size, maybe not Eastern Connecticut State size, but a lot more than the Beacons do, as Barnes will take a 3, drains it, and back to a 16-all game.
Yeah, well, sometimes, I mean, athletes can play, like they say, and you talked about Western Connecticut State losing a couple players that are vital to their team. Maybe he could step up and get him a couple points.
Sesmetskis unable to knock it down from the elbow. Sinelli looking to drive all the way into a player, and they're going to call the foul on Western Connecticut State. That could have been an offensive foul, a travel, or a defensive foul, depending on what the referees saw. It'll be Aaron Samuel picking up his first, 4th on Western Connecticut State. 17 fouls to get to the 1-and-1, 10 to get to the double bonus. Samuel heads to the bench. Right now for Western, it's Bynum, Sesmetskis, Green, joined out there by Brown, and the player just into the game is Rashard Rodriguez once again. Kirksey will spot up from the wing, in and out, powers the long rebound, working against Joust Green, finds Kirksey fighting, down low, spins, can't finish, and it's Sinelli who's fouled on his attempted tap-in. That is one of the best missed layups you will ever see. So we're going to get him.
Brings athleticism to this team, and, I mean, that was just a great, obviously, missed layup.
We're going to get a media timeout, as that's the second foul on Rashard Rodriguez, first player for either side with multiple fouls. And we'll take a look at that spin move and the eventual foul against Western after this commercial break.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown, and it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments I'll never forget.
Take a look at that missed layup. First off, great job by Dan Powers to find Kirksey. Then the spin move around the defender. Sesmetskis gets over, and Sinelli, you can see the easy foul on Rashard Rodriguez. So many good things there if you're Jason Harris in terms of unselfish basketball.
Yeah, a lot of unselfish basketball, and that's what this team preaches. I mean, they say I over me, and, I mean, team over me. That's on me. Been a long day here, but the very unselfish team, and I think that's why they are where they are today.
My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Steve Witkowski here on the broadcast. You'll see Dason Sinelli head to the line for a pair of free throws. Sinelli on the season, 10 for 17 from the free throw line. He's seen more minutes over the past couple games. Double-digit minutes in the last 5, had 7 points against Southern Maine. Knocks down the first. Sinelli sporting the colored tips coming out of first semester.
Definitely
knocks down
solid.
both.
Definitely good hair for Sinelli.
Certainly better hair than either of us have. It's Brown bringing it into the front court. It's 18-16 in favor of UMass Boston in what's been a fast-paced first half thus far. Western has not scored less than 77 points in a game. They've gone over 100 once, over 94 times. A deep three from Marcus Brown, and that leads to a long rebound. Kirksey, though, can't handle it. Freeman dives to the floor. It'll be a tie-up. It'll go back to Western. That could have been a 4-on-1 the other way, but Sam Freeman averts disaster in an easy 2 by diving onto the floor and causing the jump ball.
And someone that's been quiet today has been Sam Freeman. Obviously, only 4 points today out of the Beacons' 18 points.
Hit his first shot. He's just 1 for 4 since. Says Metzges will head to the bench. Back out there right now is Trayvon Perry, who has 8 points for Western. Jouch Green will go over to Bobby Bynum. Still hasn't looked for his shot. Perry up top for Brown. For Green, down low. Perfect passing and the easy finish from Trayvon Perry, who's already in the double digits, 10 of the first 16 for Western Connecticut State.
Great ball movement right there for Western Connecticut State. I mean, top 3 scorers in the conference. You can see they share the ball very well.
18-18, 10:56 to go in the first half. Bobby Bynum has been scoreless, but the rest of his team is putting up points in bunches. Neil Cesar just into the game. The senior out of Randolph goes down low for Kirksey. Tried the hesitation layup, was blocked. Rashard Rodriguez into the front court. Jouch Green unable to hit from 5 feet, in and out. Wasted possession there for the Colonials. You can see why this team is so much fun to watch. So much agility, so much athleticism, but they haven't been able to finish against the top teams in the conference. 1-3 over their past 4. All 3 losses coming to the top teams: Keene State, UMass, Dartmouth, and Eastern Connecticut State. Cesar finds Kirksey this time, able to give the Beacons the lead back at 20-18. Green leaves it off for Brown. The Beacons calling out instructions. Another deep 3 from Brown. Another in and out. And Freeman throws it out of bounds. The Beacons hoping it was tipped, and it was. So it'll be UMass Boston ball with 10 minutes exactly remaining in the first half. Powers back in for Sinelli.
A couple very deep 3s so far for Western Connecticut State. I understand they score 90 points a game, but there's no need to shoot near the U of UMass.
Yeah, Marcus Brown's first attempt was easily 4 feet behind the three-point line, if not further. Freeman wants the ball, working against Perry, catches it immediately, double team across wide open. Cesar from the wing, too strong, long rebound in the hands of Green. Only 2 Beacons back, Cesar and Barnes, and the foul is going to come against Green. Iser Barnes, the second time this game he's drawn a charge against the Colonials.
Very good player for UMass. I mean, very versatile player, and definitely can create his own shot and is very smart on the basketball court.
Like to take a look at that one again if we have it right now as they try to mop up a little bit. We'll take a look at it actually at the next whistle. Green going so hard to the hoop. Already 6 fouls against Western Connecticut State versus just 3 for the Beacons. First on Green, but that's the second or third on the offensive end against the Colonials.
And you talked about it before, how the UMass really struggled at the free throw line the last couple games. It'd be interesting to see how they fare today.
Trayvon Perry steals away the entry pass intended for Freeman, and Brown will set up. Came off the bench, but has been manning the point with Bobby Bynum very quiet. Bynum, third in the conference in assists per game, but he's playing off the ball right now. Perry looking for points 11 and 12. Can't get it, and Barnes able to tap the rebound over to Freeman. Barnes, Cesar, Kirksey, Freeman, and Powers, a very veteran group. 4 seniors and 1 junior. Powers all the way with the left hand and 1. And UMass Boston's lead is 22-18 with 8:52 to play.
Huge basket right there for Dan Powers. Great finish to put him at the line for an and 1.
Couple substitutes for both teams. Eastern will bring out Elias Rodriguez and Evan Curtin, the freshman guard out of Portland, Connecticut. Sinelli's back in there for Barnes. 8:52, so first stoppage under 8 minutes will lead to the media timeout. The Beacons trying to get Barnes and Sanchez a rest. Powers misses the free throw to keep it a 4-point game. Bobby Bynum still scoreless. Bit of a story right now. He'll dish it across, wide open Samuel looking inside for Curtin. Aggressive move there and able to finish. Great movement on the ball, and Evan Curtin able to find the soft spot in the Beacons D.
A great movement and a nice touch at the end to really lay that in for 2.
Curtin averages just 4.1 points on 9 minutes a game, making his 13th appearance. Freeman tied up by Perry. I think we're going to have matching fouls there. Freeman can't believe it. Perry's not too happy either. It's the second time today we've seen the referees call that. Typically doesn't happen too frequently, but can't argue either way. That's a team foul on both sides. It's the 8th on Western Connecticut State, but because it was matching, they won't give the Beacons the 1 and 1. Still takes them one step closer to the double bonus. First on Freeman, second on Perry. Freeman unable to finish. Powers is going to be called for the loose ball foul. Otherwise, it would have been an and one. That's the second on Dan Powers, just the fourth on the Beacons. 2 fouls on Alex Sanchez, 2 fouls on Dan Powers.
And talking to Coach Harris before the season, he really emphasized how much of a great player Dan Powers really is, but how much he could really get into foul trouble as well.
Sesmetskis is back out on the floor for Perry with those 3 fouls. Brown also takes a seat. 3-on-1 chance. Sinelli all the way to the tin and one opportunity. Bobby Bynum gave a bit of contact underneath, and the Beacons have a chance to stretch this lead out to 5, 24-20. 19 fouls on Western Connecticut State with 8:04 to play, as Brown will check right back in for Bynum, who just picked up his second.
And the Beacons shooting 4 of 5 from the free throw line. I'm sure Coach Harris really practiced that after the loss on Wednesday.
Yeah, Coach Jason Harris doesn't seem to have any issues with running his guys hard in practice, even the day before a game. So with Thursday and Friday to practice stuff, I'm sure that the Beacons really were working hard from the free throw line, in addition to a couple of other things. The lead is 5, 7:50 to go. Next whistle will lead to immediate timeout. Brown, the jump fake, got Barnes up in the air, misses the long 2. Freeman another rebound, finds Cesar with Sinelli right there. Cesar needs help, over to Barnes. Barnes whips it to the near side. Cesar back out top to Iser Barnes. Around a Freeman screen, wide open. Cesar can't make the catch initially, able to keep it inbounds. Freeman with 10 on the shot clock, working on Sesmetskis. Freeman needs help, he'll look to go to work. Driving along the block there, able to get the turnaround over Sesmetskis. Stretches the lead to 27-20, the largest lead it's been for UMass Boston.
And Sam Freeman over the last couple of years has really developed his moves in the paint and really asserted himself as one of the best paint guys.
Rodriguez out to Samuel from the wing, no good. Sinelli fights through Elias Rodriguez. It'll be out of bounds off of Sinelli. The Beacons were looking for a foul on Elias Rodriguez reaching in there. We're going to get an immediate timeout. Steve, just one more point I want to make before we head to break. How tough is that for Demetrius Sesmetskis? He hasn't played basketball as much, didn't play at all as a freshman, probably joined the team over winter break. To have to guard Sam Freeman, one of, if not the best bigs, with the exception of Hugh Lindo in the conference, it's not an easy cover with all those moves.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time to learn, and obviously he's trying to do his best out there, but Sam Freeman really taking it to him right now.
6:59 to go in the first half. We'll take a commercial break. The Beacons lead by 7 here on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
(27-20) with 6:59 to go. 6 points from Sam Freeman to lead all UMass Boston players. Trayvon Perry has 10. He's 5 of 7 from the field. Both teams shooting over 40%. Right now the difference is the turnovers. UMass Boston has 6. Western has only been charged with 3. Seems like it should be a bit higher. UMass Boston in a 2-3 zone coming out of the break. Ball thrown into the backcourt. Aaron Samuel almost headed back to his own bench to catch that one. Barnes and Cesar up top. Down low, it's Freeman in the middle with Kirksey to his left and Sinelli to the right. Kicked out. Samuel will take the 3 after a bit of hesitation. This one rattles home. Western Connecticut State knocking down their first 3 of the game, 1 for 7.
1 for 7, and Brown 0 for 3 from the field today. Really good score, just missing.
Barnes throws it behind Kirksey, able to keep it alive. Kirksey looking to dribble on Curtin, gets all the way. Lots of contact from Sesmetskis. Might be allowed in football, not in basketball, and that's the 10th on Western. 2 free throws upcoming for Kareem Kirksey.
Yeah, that's a tough thing for Sesmetskis. Obviously, coming in, trying to play your best, trying to play the best defense possible, but not playing basketball for a couple years, you're apt to foul.
especially at 6'6", 240. You're going to be, anytime you give contact, it's going to look a little bit more egregious than maybe it would against if you're a little bit smaller, as Kirksey misses the first. Sanchez waiting to check in for him, and will do so here after Kirksey went 1 of 2. Instead, it'll actually be Cesar checking out. Beacon's going to go on some full court pressure here. Freeman had 2 back. It'll be Sinelli and Sanchez putting pressure on the ball, with Barnes trying to help out just behind. Curtin with the closest player to him, Jason Harris. And Curtin will take the 3, knocks it down. Evan Curtin has 5 points in the early going.
And that's something the Beacons really preached at the beginning of the season, is defense to offense. And obviously trying to create something there with a full court press.
Barnes over a pair of taller players, says Metzger sends it back from whence it came. Curtin unable to make the catch. It's out of bounds, as both teams maybe trying to do a bit too much there. UMass Boston with a 2-point lead, 5:56 to go in the half. Sanchez, Sinelli, Kirksey, Freeman, and Barnes for the Beacons. On the other side, Brown commits the foul. That'll be 2 free throws for Sanchez. Brown not too happy about that one. It's out there with Sesmetskis, Curtin, Elias Rodriguez, and Aaron Samuel. Steve, 2 interesting storylines at this point. No Ty Lee thus far, who is in uniform for UMass Boston. And Bobby Bynum, the top scorer in this game, 3rd in the conference, 0 points thus far for Western. 2 guys we expected to see a lot out of have not contributed, and yet both teams have done pretty well offensively.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, we looked at the stats leaders, and obviously Ty Lee was in there for assists and other things, but haven't seen him so far. Alex Sanchez really holding it down. Obviously a very well-conditioned guard that they have on the floor.
Sanchez 2 for 2. Lee and Bynum, 2 of the top 3 point guards in the conference when it comes to assists per game. It's controlled by Brown up top, working against the 2-3 zone. The Beacons normally a man-to-man team, trying to switch it up here. Ball thrown all the way through out to Brown, looking for a deep triple. A little bit short, the rebound right into the hands of Samuel, able to knock it down with a left-hand lay-in. It's a disappointment there if you're UMass Boston. You force the deep 3, but the rebound just falling right into the hands of a Colonial. As Sanchez senses the space, says Metz gets the block. Good work getting back there by Dimitrios.
And we talked about 3-point field goals. I mean, being such a high-scoring team, you would think that they really rely on their 3-pointers, but only 2 for both teams today.
Barnes feeding Freeman on the block. Dimitrios says Metzkis forces the pass, and it's out of bounds off Brown on the intended pass for Sinelli. 8 on the shot clock, 4:53 to go in the half. Sinelli will inbound from below the basket on the far side. Sinelli looking for Freeman and finds him with 6. All the way across for Sanchez. Not a big-time 3-point shooter. Has 3. Will take the long 2. Over Sesmetskis. Catches the rim, but off the mark. Samuel with the rebound. Brown pushing the pace. Finds Curtin. Has the hot hand right now with 5. Dribbles it over to Rodriguez. Curtin looking for another open 3. Front rim no good. Sinelli skies for the rebound. UMass Boston looking to push the pace. Sanchez with Brown back, and we're going to get a travel as Brown avoided the contact this time.
And Sinelli, not the biggest player on the court, but a lot of hops coming out of those shoes.
Dason's listed at 6'1", 165. I think he's probably got the biggest jumping ability, with maybe the exception of Barnes. Both guys can really sky against bigs for rebounds. This time it's Freeman able to pull down the rebound. Who else? It's Sanchez going all the way with the left hand. So difficult to stop him in transition, especially when he goes into that highest speed and just races past players.
Exactly. I mean, that's a great part of his game that he could really bring to the table for the Beacons. You really can't stop that unless you're going to foul him.
32-28. Brown looking for a triple. Misses again. Rebound loose for Sesmetskis. The bunny off the glass. 32-30. Brown's now 0 for 4, 0 for 5 from distance. Shooting with the confidence of a shooter. 3 substitutes waiting to check in for Western. 1 for the Beacons. Kirksey from the corner. 2 strong rebound loose. Kirksey fighting for it. Curtin pulls it down. 3:33 to play. Curtin looking to go all the way, and he's able to finish with a scoop shot to tie this one up at 32. The Beacons will use a timeout. It becomes the media We're all tied at 32 with 3:27 to go in quarter number 1 because we're playing halves.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
(32-32). It hasn't been quite as high scoring as we expected, but still, this game at points has been played at a track meet style pace. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Steve Witkowski. Coach Harris especially always talks about the final 5 minutes, or at home, the final 4 minutes, being so key in terms of going into the half with momentum. Your UMass Boston, what are you focusing on? Maybe 1 or 2 keys to take the lead heading into the second half?
Well, I mean, Sam Freeman only has 6 points so far, and obviously that's kind of their standing point. Their pace has been really good. Alex Sanchez kind of orchestrating the pace and really conducting the floor with either slowing it down or quickening it up. So I don't hate the pace, but definitely looking for Sam Freeman down low.
Dan Powers on the bench with his 2 fouls. Sanchez out there with 2. The Beacons have only committed 5 fouls. Freeman unable to make the catch. Jouch Green has it go off of his knee and out of bounds with 17 on the shot clock. 10 team fouls on Western Connecticut State, so the Beacons will shoot free throws the rest of the way. Western needs to draw 2 fouls against the Beacons just to shoot the 1-and-1. Sinelli, Freeman, Kirksey, Cesar, and Sanchez out there. Cesar looking to drive, kicks it out for Sinelli, who just knocks that one down to avoid it going out of bounds. 10 on the shot clock. Sanchez gets a screen from Freeman all the way, blocked out to Kirksey, who has it stripped into the hands of Freeman. They reset the shot clock. There should be time left on the shot clock. The question is just how much, and that's what the referees are going to go over and have a conversation with. They'll put 7 up. Still plenty of time, Steve, to get a good look.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Beacons offense has a lot of different points they could really attack.
Sinelli finds Kirksey. Kirksey looking to work down over the bigger player. Kirksey doesn't get the benefit of the rim this time. Sinelli, though, knocks the rebound out. 2 players dive on it, and it's thrown into the hands of Sinelli by a diving Rashard Rodriguez. Pass down low for Freeman, swatted by Green off of Curtin and out of bounds. The Beacons struggling to get that entry pass to Freeman with so many big bodies and long bodies for Western in the lineup. Sinelli finds Freeman this time, working on the smaller Perry, who has 2 fouls. Freeman turns, left-hand layup, and Freeman asking for the foul. Thought he got hit in the chin.
Great spin move by Freeman.
34-32, under 2.5 minutes to play in the first half. Bynum back into the game, still scoreless in this one. Rodriguez, Rashard this time, over to Green and finds Bynum. Bynum finding Green, a nice job, spins it out top for Bobby Bynum with 10 on the shot clock. Bynum, the pull-up 2, beautiful looking shot, and he's on the board for the first time today. You can see why he might get 18.5 points per game with a jump shot like that.
Very good release, too, very quick.
Cesar from the corner with the 3-2 strong. Neither team has shot particularly well from distance. And now Bynum is visibly limping after making contact with Sanchez. Another thing to watch is he'll try to stick out there, although Marcus Brown immediately heads to the scorer's table. Green all the way, runs into Freeman, and they're going to rule that a block. Steve, I'd love to see that one again. It looked like Freeman was stopped solidly, wasn't expecting the contact, and the entire bench up in arms over the call as Bynum's going to have to head out due to an injury.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't get that back on replay up in the booth.
They gave the basket to Western Connecticut State. That's tough. We'll take a look at it one more time during this free throw from Green. You see Green miss it. There's going to be a lane violation on UMass Boston, and we'll take a look. See Green going hard. Freeman still moving.
Yeah, his feet were still moving on that one.
Nice finish from Green, and after, I believe it was Barnes stepping in early on the free throw. Green gets a second effort and knocks it down. So a really frustrating possession for UMass Boston, and we'll get a timeout from the Beacons. Jason Harris upset with that previous call. Take a commercial on with the teams. Western leads 37-34 with 96 seconds to go in half number 1.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
With 96 seconds left, the Beacons will send both of their bigs to the bench. Freeman and Powers both with 2 fouls. UMass Boston going small. Sinelli, the nominal center right now. Neil Cesar went to the tin. It looks like he drew contact, was hoping for a foul. Instead, he falls to the ground and loses the ball out of bounds. So Western a chance to extend this lead. They haven't led much in this game. Bobby Bynum right now being attended to by the Western Connecticut State trainer. Looks like she's trying to stretch out his left foot. Green up top. Western has size advantages at almost every position. Perry over the smaller Barnes, able to knock it down. He's had the hot hand with 12 now, and that's an almost impossible cover if you're Iser Barnes.
Yeah, Perry really carrying this offense right now, especially with Bynum's injury. He's really taking the workload.
Barnes for Sanchez and now Sinelli. The Beacons need some points, down by 5 with 50 seconds left. Sanchez tries a 3, too strong, and over the back there is Cesar.
And another thing to mention, Ty Lee still hasn't touched the court today. Still in Jersey, obviously, but Alex Sanchez out there the whole game.
Perry's going to head to the bench with his 2 fouls. Demetrios says Metzges is back in. We'll see Elias Rodriguez head back in if this first free throw is good. Curtin to the line for the 1-and-1. Too strong on the first. It's just the 17th foul against the Beacons. Sinelli looking to push, and he looked for the 2-for-1, draws the blocking foul on Curtin, and that's a great job by Sinelli. Being aggressive, the Beacons will get another possession, and Sinelli will shoot 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, the Beacons have had 10 free throws today. Obviously, they've hit 8 of 10, 80%, so that's been their strong point today on the offense.
First foul on Evan Curtin. Western has given up the double bonus for a while now. Elias Rodriguez is going to check in for Rashard Rodriguez, who has 2 fouls of his own. Sinelli misses the first long, trying to cut this deficit down to 4. 39-34, Western make it 39-35. 38.3 ticks left on the clock. The Beacons should get it back. Full court pressure here, maybe trying to speed up Western. Curtin with Cesar on him. Freshman guard will try to get it across, and Barnes taps it out of bounds. He tried to get that one off of Josh Green, and Barnes is just standing on the sideline there in disbelief. Green gets it in for Brown, who's been cold from distance. Marcus 0 for 5 from the field, 0 for 4 from three-point land. Brown picks up the dribble, able to get it over for Green. This is a major mismatch against Sanchez. Pulls up for 2, no good. Rebound tipped over by Kersey to Curtin, who can't finish. He'll head to the line for 2. Not sure which Beacon committed that foul with 14.8 ticks left. Barnes picks up his first, and with Powers and Freeman on the bench, Steve, rebounding becomes a huge issue for UMass Boston.
Yeah, I mean, the rebounding today, the total rebounding is 24-16 favor of Beacons, which has really helped them a lot on the points. But obviously with Freeman and Powers on the bench, just because of fouls.
Curtin hits both. It's a 6-point game with 10 seconds left in the half. Sanchez starts to move. 6 seconds. Hard screen from Cesar. Off the glass. Sanchez with a sky hook almost. Able to knock it down and cuts the deficit to 41-37. Jason Harris still having words with the referee. Maybe he was looking for a foul there, but UMass Boston able to get it a little bit closer. Steve, what's your biggest takeaway after the first half?
I mean, Bynum obviously has been unheard of so far this game, which is obviously, I mean, they're still on pace to really break 80 points, but that's hurt Western Connecticut State.
We'll take a commercial break, and then we'll head down low with an interview with Jason Harris in just a moment.
What do we mean when we say UMass is here for a reason? We mean that the 5-campus UMass system is the only public research university that the people of Massachusetts established to create better futures for themselves, but also for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a whole. It's a university that educates 73,000 students every day and graduates 17,000 graduates every year. We are the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We're one of the state's 3 major academic research engines: research that saves and improves people's lives, and research that drives the innovation economy of Massachusetts. We provide services and economic opportunity to every region of the Commonwealth. The noted historian David McCullough once said that 2 great concepts, university and Massachusetts, come together in only one place, and we are very aware of how fortunate we are to bear the name, the University of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are truly here for a reason, and that recognition inspires us and drives us every single day.
Words with the referees right after that final whistle. It's been a very physical game against a bigger team. What were you not happy with, and what do you need to fix in terms of your team's physicality in the second half?
I mean, again, a couple tough whistles, but it's, we just want consistency, but it's not about the officials. It's us being up 6 or 7 and, with 7:21, and then, again, the same things keep creeping back up. We need to continue to be solid when we build that 7-point lead and understand why we're up 7 and not, up 7 is time to let me go get mine a little bit and lose focus.
Bobby Bynum's the 3rd leading scorer in the conference. He's been held scoreless, or just the 2 points. On the other side, Trayvon Perry, their 3rd leading scorer, has been red hot. How do you slow him down? It hurt, obviously, a lot late with no Powers and Freeman.
I'm more upset that, they have a kid who's 9 points a game right now in 9 minutes who is averaging 3 for the game. That's more of what I'm upset. It's us not locating, like a shooter in a zone press. And, Bynum's taking one shot. I guarantee you he ends up with 17 or 18 shots. So I think that's probably more of the reason why he hasn't scored is because he just hasn't shot the ball.
Thanks so much for your time, Coach. We'll head back up top right now and take a look at some highlights. Then we'll have the rest of our halftime show right here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. Powers up top, Freeman down low, gets behind the defense. Elias Rodriguez conference. Freeman calling for it, being guarded by Elias. Down low, Kirksey all the way through off the glass, and it's a 6-2 Beacons lead. Sanchez, the hesitation dribble, wide open, Powers up top, drains it. The Beacons hot from to the game for the first time for Western Connecticut State. Actually, that's Samuel staying in. Trayvon Perry is red hot. 5 in a row. It's an 8-0 run, and Western leads by 4, 15-11. Sanchez all the way to the tin, off glass. This game size, maybe not Eastern Connecticut State size, but a lot more than the Beacons do, as Barnes will take a 3, drains it, and back to a 16-all game. Rebound working against Jouch Green. Finds Kirksey fighting, down low, spins, can't finish, and it's Sinelli who's fouled on his attempted to Green. Only 2 Beacons back, Cesar and Barnes, and the foul is going to come against Green. Iser Barnes, the second time this game he's drawn a charge against the Colonials.
Very good.
Kirksey, Freeman, and Powers, a very veteran group. 4 seniors and 1 junior. Powers all the way with the left hand and 1. And you out on the floor for Perry with those 3 fouls. Brown also takes a seat. 3-on-1 chance. Sinelli all the way to the tin and 1 opportunity. Bobby to catch initially, able to keep it inbounds. Freeman with 10 on the shot clock, working on Sesmetskis. Freeman needs help, they'll look to go to work. Driving along the block there, able to get the turnaround to him, Jason Harris. And Curtin will take the 3, knocks it down. Able to pull down the rebound. Who else? It's Sanchez going all the way with the left hand. Sinelli finds Freeman this time, working on the smaller Perry, who has 2 fouls. Freeman turns, left hand layup, and Freeman asking for his table. Green all the way, runs into Freeman, and they're going to rule that up. Green up top. Western has size advantages at almost every position. Perry over the smaller Barnes, able to knock it down. Sanchez starts to move. 6 seconds. Hard screen from Cesar. Off the glass. Sanchez with a...
I'm the first undergraduate alumnus to lead this university. I'm very proud of that. I was literally able to transform my life because of the University of Massachusetts, and I want that for every single student that walks through the door.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
And we are back here at the Clark Athletic Center looking at the halftime stats. Beacon's field goal percentage, 38% to Western Connecticut, 48.6%. The thing that has been keeping the Beacons in reach of Western Connecticut, obviously, is the free throw percentage at 75%, which they have knocked down 9 free throws so far. Dominating the glass, UMass Boston, and Coach Harris talked about it, very unpleased with what has happened today at the Clark Athletic Center. We'll send it back to a commercial break, and we'll have the second half here soon.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
And we're going to go around Beaconville right now. Today, big day today. Women's basketball, huge win against Western Connecticut State. Very exciting game. The ending was riveting with big free throws and a huge three-point shot from Grace Geary to seal it for the Beacons. Women's hockey, obviously a tough loss at Norwich University against the number 3 team in the nation. And men's hockey has a huge game at 4 p.m. that should be starting right about now, and around the LEC, Eastern Connecticut State absolutely dominating in men's basketball over Southern Maine. Rhode Island College against Plymouth State. Plymouth State getting the best of them, 44-29. And Keene State College, a tight one with UMass Dartmouth. Again, we'll be back for the second half.
Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me.
And lastly, for our halftime show, the team leaders, Sanchez with 10 points, Freeman with 8, Perry obviously having the hot hand for the Colonials with 12 for rebounds, Freeman with 8, very dominating the boards, and with assists, there are 2 with 2. Sinelli with 1 steal, and there are 2 Beacons with a block. A very good quarter for the Beacons. They are back on the floor as they look to take this game against the Colonials.
name's Albie Daly. I'm from Able Park, New York. I'm a forward on the UMass Boston men's hockey team, and my current major is exercise and health sciences. Being a member of the men's hockey team is a tremendous honor, just because being able to play collegiate sport while pursuing my dreams of becoming a physical therapist and studying what I'd like to in school means a lot. My favorite memory as a member of the men's hockey team would probably be a big goal that I scored last year, the NCAA quarterfinals, ECAC's quarterfinals against University of New England.
What a turn in momentum!
Just because it was a big boost for both myself and our team moving forward.
Perfect shot right there over the shoulder of the goaltender Trost.
Frozen Fenway was just our outdoor game at Fenway Park, and it was a tremendous experience, I think, both for me and the guys on the team and the program as a whole. But we got to see the Red Sox locker room, which was an awesome experience, and just being at Fenway Park when you go to school in Boston is second to none, really, and that's what you look for when you're trying to experience collegiate athletics, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of. Being a student athlete at UMass Boston is a tremendous honor, just because it gives you the chance to really focus on your studies in a great academic environment while pursuing what you want athletically. So it's a pretty powerful thing.
I'm Alexa Capion. I'm from Messina, New York. I'm a junior on the women's ice hockey team, and I'm an exercise health science major. When I got here, I met Coach Harris, and I saw the facility, and I met a couple of the girls on the team, and I pretty much got a feel of the program, and I knew right away that this is where I wanted to go to school. We have all league games for the rest of the year, so that's going to be a huge test for us. We need those points to hopefully come out with a good standing for playoffs. A couple of highlights from the last couple of years I've been playing was probably last year when we won our first Codfish Bowl. We made history that year. I was really excited to be part of that. I don't have very many goals, but when I do score, it's definitely a big deal.
That's a goal!
For the past 3 years, we've had Emily. She is a member of the Team Impact program, and that's for children with illnesses that want to be part of a collegiate program. She's great. She comes and watches all of our games. She has her own jersey. She has her own stick. We've got her all this equipment. It's really awesome to have. She gives us a lot of motivation, and she comes in the locker room and talks to us before games, and it's really cool to have her here and be part of our team. When I graduate, I definitely want to go to graduate school, most likely for either athletic training or physical therapy. Our trainers here have definitely given me an insight about what it takes to be an athletic trainer. They're always on top of everything. They always know how to help us and what to do and what not to do. They're always there for us when we need them, and that's given me a lot of help with what I could be doing after I graduate, so that's nice to have them.
Welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center Gymnasium. 45 seconds to go before the start of half number 2. 47-41. Western Connecticut State closing out that half on a 21-10 run.
Correction, 37-41. I heard 47-41.
41-37, correct, in favor of Western Connecticut State. Coach Harris certainly was not happy with the way that his team concluded that half. The good news, they get Sam Freeman and Dan Powers back out there with 2 fouls. Sanchez as well. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Ty Lee comes off the bench at any point. Without Ty Lee, the Beacons bench shortens just a little bit. Right now, coming off the bench, they have Sinelli and Neil Cesar. Maurice McGrath is available for the first time this season, added to the roster, but McGrath hasn't joined. And one of the big things that head coach Jason Harris has said all season long is Freeman catches in the post and easily finishes out the pass from Powers. You have to earn the playing time. Just because McGrath was a starter and a big scorer last year doesn't mean he's going to immediately see playing time.
Exactly, and the fact that basketball is such a conditioned sport, you don't know what he was really doing in offseason. I mean, I'm sure he's a great hard worker and stuff like that, but you have to be conditioned right off the bat.
Bynum's back out there after suffering a left foot injury late in the first half. Just 2 points in the first half on 1-for-1 shooting. Long three there, hits the front of the rim. Freeman skies for it, has it tapped out of his hand. Off the missed three from Rashard Rodriguez. Aaron Samuel looking to go to work on Barnes, off the glass too strong. Powers the rebound, and the Beacons have a chance to tie or take the lead.
And it was interesting when you talked to Coach about Bynum and how exactly they really limited him. He just hasn't taken any shots. He said he can see him taking 16 to 17 shots this second half.
Barnes evens the score. Perry gives it right back to Western Connecticut State. Trayvon Perry has a very good jump shot for a big. He's up to 14 points on 7 of 9 shooting. Easily the most of any player. Sanchez nearly lost the handle, able to get it out to Powers. Drive, stripped by Perry, kept alive by Samuel, and Bynum looks to push. Bynum pulls up at the three-point line, dribbles it off the back of Powers. Sanchez picks it up. Sanchez with Perry trailing. Sanchez all the way in with the left hand, unable to finish. Powers has it go off of his hand and out of bounds. That was a nice cat and mouse game between Perry and Sanchez that Trayvon, the senior, won over the freshman.
And it'll be interesting to see how Sanchez really deals with the second half, because he was out there for all 20 minutes last half. And he usually really platoons with Iser Barnes and Ty Lee.
10 points in the first half for Sanchez. Went on the bench for maybe 20 seconds with the 2 fouls. 3 off the mark from Bynum, just his second shot, first miss of the day. Powers gives it to Barnes, who's always looking to push the pace. Barnes finds Powers, passes up on the 3 on the closeout from Rodriguez, able to find Freeman, even at 43, the second time that Powers has found Freeman in the half, and Freeman up to double digits now with his 10 points.
2 returners with very good chemistry, knowing where each one is really going with the ball.
Samuel across for Perry. A bit out of his range right now behind the three-point line. Bynum making the cut. Mismatch right now as he's being guarded by Powers. Bynum makes the cut. Samuel has it stripped away. Barnes and Sanchez there. Sanchez running 2-on-1, and Powers is blocked from behind. Great job by Perry coming back, but Sanchez makes the steal. So much athleticism on both sides right now.
Yeah, really an exciting game to watch. Obviously in the first half it was quick-paced and a lot of athleticism.
Sanchez all the way. Sorry about that, Steve. Freeman taps the rebound, looking to find Sanchez. Finally into the hands of Samuel. Bynum working on Barnes. Doesn't seem to be 100% himself. Bynum the long 2, off the mark. Powers the rebound ahead for Barnes. 1-on-3, goes all the way. Bynum just trying to get out of the way, and the Beacons take the lead at 45-43.
Receiving complimentary popcorn here in the press box. Thank you to the UMass women's softball team.
Always a great supporter of the other teams, running concessions today at the Clark. Perry gets Freeman to go up top, takes the 4-footer. Trayvon Perry has the shooting touch. He's got 16 points, 8 of 10 from the field. Trayvon, first time had 14 points and 3 rebounds against UMass Boston. His season high is 20 this year against Southern Maine. Powers looking for Freeman, couldn't handle it. Out of bounds off the knee of Freeman, and it'll go back to Western with the game all tied up at 45.
And Sam Freeman coming into this half with 8 points. Really interesting to see how he plays in the second half.
Freeman went off for a career-high 30 the first time these two teams have played. He's gone over 20 points, half dozen occasions. Bynum finding Perry with Freeman giving him room up top for Rodriguez. Elias will take the deep 3, drains it. Clean look for Elias Rodriguez, sophomore guard out of Bristol. He gives his team a 48-45 lead. Sanchez calling out instructions from the NCAA logo. 1 in Freeman, gives it over for Powers up top. Freeman looking for the ball, working against Perry. Catches it, immediately met by 2 players, and it'll be Rashard Rodriguez picking up his 3rd on the reach hit.
And there was a lot of fouls on Western Connecticut in the first half, which led to a lot of Beacons free throws. It'll be interesting to see if they keep up with that in the second half.
Just the first foul for either side, 3rd on the team for Rodriguez. We're 4 minutes and 15 minutes into the second half. Western leads 48-45. We'll take a commercial break and be back with more Little East Conference action here on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Take a look right now at the Little East Conference out-of-town scoreboard from the first half of those games. Eastern Connecticut State almost tripling up Southern Maine. Rhode Island College trailing Plymouth State. The interesting game there, Keene State and UMass Dartmouth. Both of those teams towards the top of the conference. The Beacons will play UMass Dartmouth Wednesday, Keene State next Saturday. Both of those games at home, so Beacons fans should be watching out for that score. Sinelli back into the game. Freeman taps it over for Sanchez. Sam Freeman has such a long wingspan for a 6'4" player. Sanchez, another missed layup. He's really trying hard to get to the hole, but unable to finish there. Maybe his third missed layup of the half.
And 3 home games coming up. The Beacons are actually, UMass Boston campus is starting to get going next Monday. Classes start.
Trayvon Perry misses the 2. Rebound into the hands of Sinelli out there with Sanchez, Powers, Barnes, and Freeman. Powers rumbles to the hole, finishes with the left hand, bringing the Beacons within 1, 48-47. Marcus Brown back into the game, joined by Elias Rodriguez, Trayvon Perry, Bobby Bynum, and Aaron Samuel. 4 starters out there for Western Connecticut State. Kirksey heads back to the scorer's table for the Beacons. Near side from the wing. Brown gets a screen from Perry up top for Rodriguez. Looking back down low. Great job to find Bynum, and the lead is 50-47.
Bynum looked like he's getting back into a groove on the floor after really being non-existent in the first half.
Just points 3 and 4 thus far for him. Sanchez threw a little bit of contact, slowed him down. Powers whips it to the far side. Barnes looking to drive past Bynum, stays up in the air, can't finish. Freeman the tip in, and Sam's up to 14 points, tops on the Beacon.
And that's what he gets with his size. I mean, it's so easy to put back a rebound like that just because he has so much of a size differential.
Western Connecticut State didn't get a body on him either. Bynum from the elbow, 4 points in a row for Western Connecticut State. The lead back to 3, 52-49 with 14 minutes to play. No movement from the Beacons offense at this point. Now Freeman finds himself on the block. Immediately 3 bodies come with him. Powers underneath Rodriguez. Another basket down low, 52-51.
Very aggressive player for the Beacons. He takes it to the basket hard when he does.
Says Metskis and Jouch Green head to the scorer's table for Western. Sinelli unable to get the steal. Samuel pulls up for the free throw line. Way too much velocity behind that. The Beacons looking to run 2-on-2. Barnes with Sinelli to his right. Leaves it off for him. The Beacons lead and 1. 53-52. Unselfish play from Barnes. And the Beacons will have a chance to extend the lead even further.
And Kirksey checking into the game right now for Barnes. Barnes, a very good player for the Beacons. You can see it right there. Unselfish, very team guy, team-oriented. Was on this team last year. Didn't have the significance that he plays now. Obviously, he's playing the majority of the game.
Sinelli up to 9 points after the made free throw. The Beacons with a 54-52 advantage. Green looking to answer all the way to the hoop around Powers. Jouch Green is so long, so fast, and so strong. One of the tougher covers in this conference.
Yeah, it looked like he took 6 steps to get to the basket.
Well, nothing like Russell Westbrook's this week where he actually took 6 steps before realizing he was playing basketball. Powers down low for Freeman around, says Metskis, who's lucky to be given the foul there. Otherwise, Freeman was going to put it down with authority.
Yeah, still slammed it after the play. Like to see that.
It's allowed in basketball, not in hockey. Although it'd be difficult to slam dunk a puck in hockey, but we'll leave that for another day. Powers trying to feed it for Freeman, had it stripped away. Green almost had a chance for fast break. Will go with Beacons back. Chance for the N1. Can't finish. He'll head to the line nonetheless.
Green really giving a spark to this Colonials offense right now. Really taking to the hoop with authority.
On the last possession, it was Metskis picking up his second. Sanchez picks up his third. First player for UMass Boston with 3 fouls. Rashard Rodriguez right now on the bench for the Colonials with 3. Jouch Green a chance to add to his total. Knocks down the first. Green, an all-rookie team selection a year ago on the season, shooting 61.8%. Came in second on the team with 89 free throw attempts. Already 3 for 4, make it 3 for 5. Tried to track down his own rebound. Sinelli grabbed it. Green strips him. Wide open. Samuel in the paint. Powers trying to avoid giving the foul. Sinelli is fouled from behind. Not sure which of the 3 WestConn players is going to be called for the push.
And the Beacons already 4 fouls already gotten fooled. Well, the Colonials already 4 fouls in this half. We talked about it before and how good the Beacons really have been free throw shooting today.
Top free throw shooting team in the conference. Second foul on Jouch Green. Sanchez around Brown all the way through. Can't finish. Rebound ends up in the hands of Green, and that means it's a fast break. Green trying to avoid the players coming in from behind. Able to finish with the left hand. Jouch Green must play NBA 2K17 and just run the ball the entire time. This man does not want to go into the half-court offense, and you can understand why with his ability to finish over the smaller Beacons. Freeman, the 8-foot jumper, no good. Powers is called for the push-off. That's his third. Just a little bit too much contact with Aaron Samuel. 12-12 to go. The next whistle could be the media.
And that's what you're going to get with Dan Powers, a very physical player and very good defensive player, but gets into foul trouble very often.
Sinelli will check out. Kirksey and Barnes back in there. That's one of the instances where if Powers is working against one of the many bigs for Western Connecticut State, might get away with it. Samuel, one of their smaller players, an easy call. Brown, the runner, unable to finish. Freeman swats it out of bounds with 12:02 to go.
And something to look at, the Beacons bench not really being utilized today. Mohamed Gabor obviously hasn't gotten in the game. He sees significant minutes. Ty Lee obviously hasn't seen. And you talked about it, Maurice McGrath also hasn't came in the game. So they're really on a short bench right now for the Beacons.
Green over the smaller Kirksey, too strong. Says Metzger skies the rebound. Can't finish with the right-hand hook shot. Ball tapped out of the hands of Neil Cesar when he was surrounded by his teammates.
And you can see that the Beacons are a little bit careless with the basketball lately. You got to wonder if that's from fatigue.
Cesar back into the game for Powers as they try to get him a rest with those 3 fouls. Brown nearly lost the dribble. He's called for the travel. That'll get us to the immediate timeout. 11:37 to go in regulation. The Beacons trailing by 3, looking for the season sweep of Western Connecticut State. We'll take a timeout along with the teams. So it'll be UMass Boston ball out of the break.
Go Beacons! Let's go Beacons! Let's go Beacons!
Come on, Jake.
As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal Layden. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
Western Connecticut State has their 5 out there. It'll be Green, Brown, Bynum, Sesmetskis, and Curtin. 4 bench players and the team's leading scorer. For the Beacons, Sanchez, Freeman, Kirksey, Barnes, and Cesar. Cesar to inbound. Sanchez is going to get double teamed. Sandwiched there between Green and Brown. Green will step off as Barnes came over to help. Sanchez, the freshman point guard out of Salem, Mass., had the final 4 points in a 93-90 win over Western. All 4 coming in the last 11 seconds down in Danbury. Barnes thought about the step-back 3. Over to Cesar looking to drive on Green. Dished it off for Kirksey, able to finish over a pair of Colonials, cutting the deficit to 57-56.
Kirksey, so dominant down low with absolutely no size to him. I mean, such a great player.
7 points, all of them coming down low. Bynum over the smaller Sanchez, can't finish. And a rare easy rebound for the Beacons as Cesar had no one around him. Sanchez leaves it off for Freeman from the free throw line, and one opportunity. We're going to see that one again.
Sammy Freeman will go to the line for 2.
Freeman caught that ball at the free throw line, leapt, and draws the third foul on Sesmetskis. So we'll take a look at that one as soon as we have it for you. Misses the free throw, ends up in the hands of Green. Curtin ahead of the pack. trying to take the lead right back, and he gets the benefit of the roll. 59-58, back and forth these two teams go.
Very high-paced game. We talked about it before. Not a large bench. You got to wonder if he's going to substitute some of the guys at the end of the bench.
Freeman out for Cesar. Thought about the three. Had to pull it back out. Powers heads to the scorer's table. 10:25 to go. Barnes works around a Freeman screen. Long two. Nothing but net, and the Beacons take the lead at 60-59.
Iser Barnes has really developed his shot in the last couple years. The last year, obviously.
Linden State College transfer, spent his first 2 years up in Vermont, joined the Beacons last season. The Beacons a chance to run, 3-on-2. Barnes dishes it for Sanchez, a bit out of his reach, has to pick up the dribble, needs help. Holding the pivot foot to Freeman and right back, 20 on the shot clock, under 10 to play. The Beacons holding a 1-point lead. Barnes, a nice job to find Freeman down low, can't quite get the dunk, but he forces the timeout, and the Beacons their largest lead in a while at 62-59.
Great ball movement by the Beacons to get that basket. Very unselfish play for Iser Barnes.
Going to take a timeout and look at the last two highlights that involve Sam Freeman. UMass Boston using their big man to take the lead right back.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We'll take a look right now at two highlights that involve the Beacons senior forward. First, the Sanchez dish. Look where Freeman takes off from. A foot inside, and he draws the foul on the bigger, says Metzkes, able to finish. This second one was just as impressive to me. Iser Barnes doing a really nice job of taking a good shot and making it an even better one. Dishing it down low, wide open Freeman. He wanted the dunk, couldn't quite get up high enough. And Sam Freeman has been the Beacons' best player here in the second half, up to 18 points at this point, with the Beacons leading by 3.
Seth, you see it all the time. Wide open, you want to slam it down, but sometimes you just can't get it in the net. Smart move by Freeman just to lay it on in.
And when you say me, you mean the players on the floor. I definitely can't get it in the net, especially not dunking. It's Green with it, working against Powers back into the game. He gets a piece of it. Perry looking for another basket. He's gone cold here in the second half. Barnes, the rebound, and then the travel. Got those feet shuffling a little bit before he got that first dribble off. For UMass Boston, turnovers have been a bit of a problem. That's turnover number 15. Western is only committed 8 of them. 9:28 to play. The Beacons leading by 3. Brown the inbounds, looking for the tie from Rodriguez. Instead, he'll take a long 2. Beautiful look from Rashard Rodriguez, who's been in foul trouble most of this game. Came into the contest averaging 15 points a contest. Sanchez working against Brown the full length of the court. Gets it across with 3 seconds to spare. Freeman from behind, stripped by Rashard Rodriguez. Brown has Rashard. Instead, he'll go near side for Curtin. Curtin dishes it off for Rodriguez. He's got 4 in a row, and Western has a 1-point lead.
Yeah, you said Rodriguez been in foul trouble. Very aggressive play right there. Almost a reach-in foul, but tips it out and obviously gets the easy basket.
Those are his first 4 points of the game for a guy who's averaging 15. Sanchez dishes off for Kirksey. The little floater can't fall. Powers fighting for the rebound. Curtin gets it. Western had players leaking out. Brown will find Rodriguez. Has the hot hand. Instead, he'll skip it to the near side. Three-pointer from the wing. Curtin well off the mark. Rebound in and out of the hands of Jouch Green. Sanchez over for Freeman, working on the smaller Brown. Powers around a player. Lost his footing, and he can't believe there's no call. Brown ahead for Rodriguez into the corner. Curtin looking for it again. This time he's too strong. Rebound into the hands of Green, and Kirksey's going to be called for the contact. Third on the Beacons with 8:11 to play. Western just utilizing that size advantage.
Yeah, utilizing that size advantage to get a foul on Kirksey. Obviously, there's no way that he could really compete for that rebound.
At the end of one up in Rutland, Vermont, UMass Boston men's hockey trails Castleton University 1-0. The only other game going on right now for UMass Boston. The track and field team at Wheaton College. Don't have any live stats or video from that one. That was the first foul on Kirksey, third on the Beacons. Rodriguez leaves it off for Green over Barnes. Western makes it a 6-0 run and a 65-62 lead with under 8 to play. Sanchez loses it. Bynum's in a ton of pain. Sanchez nearly gets the steal. Green all the way to the hoop. It's an 8-0 run. We're going to get a stoppage and immediate timeout as Bobby Bynum, for the second time today, goes down in a ton of pain. The Beacons need an answer right now, trailing by 5.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
.7:43 to go. Western Connecticut State just sent John Moat to the scorer's table for the first time. The freshman forward out of Waterbury, Connecticut, has appeared in 15 games prior today, averaging 8.5 minutes, 2 points per game, 1.3 rebounds. It's interesting that Jason Harlow is going further into his bench while the Beacons have kept theirs very short. Really, UMass Boston has just used Cesar and Sinelli on the bench, only 7 deep today with Ty Lee unavailable for one reason or another.
And it looks like Bynum is stretching out the same calf that he kind of hurt before.
Yeah, he's very frustrated. Bobby Bynum, the third leading scorer in the conference, has been held to 6 points on 3 of 7 shooting. He went down late in the first half and had to be attended to by the trainer, and he's still in a ton of pain right now. Western on an 8-0 run to take this 5-point lead. The Beacons looking to answer with 1 media timeout left. Freeman for Powers out there with Barnes, Sanchez, and Kirksey. Sanchez across for Barnes, working on Curtin all the way to the 10. And we're going to get a blocking call on Rashard Rodriguez. Steve, that's a big one. That's already 4 on Rashard and the 7th on Western Connecticut State.
Yeah, this isn't the NBA where you foul out after 6 fouls. Only 5 fouls in college, which makes it very, very huge that he just had a foul there.
And Rashard had just been getting hot. 4 points during this 8-0 run as Barnes misses the first.
4 points with a couple steals for the Colonials that resulted in easy baskets for them.
He'll be replaced by Aaron Samuel, who's had a decent day of his own. 10 points, 5 rebounds. Barnes knocks down 1 of 2 to cut the 8-0 run and cut the deficit to 67-63. Poor inbounds that went into no man's land. Curtin over Freeman, blocked an easy play there for UMass Boston. The Beacons are running. It's Kirksey leaving it off for Freeman, off the head of Samuel, kept alive by Perry, tries to find Curtin. Only one player back is Barnes. Curtin all the way, and he'll throw it off glass, no good. Freeman, the easy rebound. Sam's up to 18 points and 11 boards, and the Beacons have a chance to make this a one-possession game. Sanchez draws the easy call against Moat, and he'll head to the line for the 1-and-1. That was the 7th on the Colonials.
And this is where the Beacons are going to start making up ground when they try to push the pace, and Western Connecticut can't really handle it, and they foul them.
Beacons 11 for 16 on the day, 68.8%. Western 6 of 9, 66.7 on the year. The Beacons, the top free throw shooting team, as Sanchez misses that one. Beacons came in shooting 73.3%. Western at just 66.8, 4th out of 8 teams in the conference. Beacons unable to convert, though, on the front end. It's Bynum back into the game, working against Freeman. That means that Barnes is working against Perry, and Perry went way too strong. Barnes able to hold on to the ball with Perry trying to strip him. Barnes to the near side for Kirksey, working against 2 players. Called for the travel, an easy call there. He couldn't hold on to the pivot foot. Beacons trailing by 4 with 6:34 to go. They'll send Sinelli and Cesar back out there. Freeman and Barnes to the bench, 2 of their better players. I wonder how long Jason Harris will keep those 2 on the bench. Still 2:34 away from the next media timeout, and that's if it happens right at the 4-minute mark.
Both players not getting a lot of rest today.
Bynum working around Cesar into the lane, tried the left-handed floater, goes out of bounds off of the only player there for Western, Moat. He came up way short on that one, and this just does not look like the Bobby Bynum we expected to see today. He's been in a ton of pain all game. Clark is deathly silent at this point. 6:15 to go, a 4-point contest. Sanchez from the far corner, looking for Cesar. The Beacons have been deathly quiet from 3. Sinelli's blocked by Perry, gets it back. Powers working on Green, spins, double team, heads to the floor, and the ball is picked up by Green. Looking to run. He runs into Sinelli. The foul will come on Dason. There was a lot of contact there, Steve. What did you see on that play?
A lot of contact and an awkward fall by Green. I thought he looked a little hesitant to get up, but he looks fine now. But I thought it was a Dason Sinelli push, honestly.
All right, that's interesting. I thought that Green might have thrown the body, a veteran move there maybe, but if that's what you saw, I can definitely see that as well.
I don't think it was that intricate, I'll be honest with you.
Bynum over Barnes, well off the mark. The second time he's looked bad in a row. Powers dribbles through a couple players and he's going to get the foul late. That whistle coming after Western had stolen the ball away. Bynum will pick up the foul, and Powers has a chance to get 2 points here from the free throw line.
Even though Powers is going to the line, it looks like the Beacons are trying to press a little too much, especially with not Sam Freeman on the floor. I mean, you look at Powers, he's not the guy that you really want bringing up the ball, especially when there's 3 men on him.
Bynum his 3rd foul and immediately collapses on the floor trying to stretch out. Powers hits the first. Freeman back into the game for Cesar. Just about 50 seconds of rest for Freeman. Barnes got less than that. 5:46 to play. Powers hits both to cut the deficit to 2, 67-65. Samuel into the front court, running 1-on-4. And he gets some help from behind by Perry, but neither player able to finish. The Beacons running 1-on-3. Powers ahead for Barnes. It's left off for Kirksey, who's blocked. And Kirksey unable to get the offensive rebound working against Brown. To the far side, Green around Powers. Whips it in the corner for Samuel. Passes up on the 3. He'll pull up. Little jumper falls, and the lead's back to 4 at 69-65 with 5:20 to play.
Samuel with 10 points today.
Averages 10.8. I think with that, too, he should be up to 12. Sanchez to the far side. Barnes looking for a big 3. Drains it. That's just the Beacons' 3rd 3 of the game. These two teams combined have 6 total made 3-pointers. UMass Boston 3 of 9. Western 3 of 17. 1-point contest, 4:53 to play. Samuel has a screen from Perry, won't take it this time. Near side for Rashard Rodriguez out there with 4 fouls. Turns, has space. Freeman looking for the offensive foul. No call either way. Not enough contact. Rodriguez finishing at the 10. It's a 3-point game, 71-68. Powers getting a screen from Freeman. Green out of the play, and it's out of bounds off the hand of a Colonial.
And it looks like they're putting ice on Bynum's calf, or whatever injury it really is. It looks like he's done for the game.
Yeah, Bynum just has not looked himself even when he's out there. 4 points. He's looked really bad on his last couple of field goal attempts before heading to the bench. Kirksey thought about the 3, gives it back to Barnes. 9 on the shot clock, down to Freeman. Double team, maybe triple team. Turns inside, can't get the finish. Powers the tip, and the Beacons cut it to 1, 71-70.
You can see the Beacons are really hesitant to take the open 3-pointer. They're looking for a better shot with Freeman inside.
With that made field goal, Powers up to 13 points and 11 rebounds, his 3rd consecutive double-double. Green up top, his team leading by 1, draws the contact from Barnes. Just the 5th foul on UMass Boston. For Iser, that's number 2. And that'll get us to our final media timeout. 1-point game with 3:54 to go. UMass Boston looking for the sweep. Western Connecticut State looking for a big road win. One of these teams is going to exit the Clark very happy. The other, it's going to be a long rest of the weekend. We'll find out which team is which after this commercial break.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
71-70 Western Connecticut State coming out of the final media timeout. 18 fouls against Western Connecticut State, 5 against UMass Boston. The possession arrow in favor of the Colonials. Rashard Rodriguez has 4 fouls for Western Connecticut State. UMass Boston with 3 apiece on Powers and Sanchez. For Western, there's also 3 on Bynum and Sesmetskis. Brown to inbound from underneath the Beacons basket. Out there with Rashard Rodriguez, Joust Green, Trayvon Perry, and Aaron Samuel. Bobby Bynum still limping just outside the bench. Rebound on the offensive end for Brown, and Western will back it out. UMass Boston's bench thought there was a push-off there on Brown against the Beacon. No call. Samuel on the second chance with 17 on the shot clock. Green out wide for Brown, being guarded closely by Sanchez. Is taking a lot of threes, still looking for his first made 3. Rodriguez around his screen, trying to get downhill over Powers, no good. The tap, still no good. Rodriguez, and the foul's going to come on Barnes from the floor, who was on his back. Steve, that actually might benefit the Beacons, as Rodriguez was going to get an open look there. Instead, it's the 3rd on Barnes, and Western's going to get their 4th or 5th chance.
And talking about fouls, I mean, Rodriguez is out there with 4 fouls on the floor. So if the Beacons try to attack him, he could be fouled out.
Jacob Higgins of the men's soccer team will come out and wipe up the floor a bit.
Gotta love that.
New 30 on the shot clock, 3:23 to play in the game. UMass Boston trails by a single point. Marcus Brown looking to inbound, finds Aaron Samuel, who's had a strong offensive performance in this one with 12 points, 3rd most on the team. Brown working against Sanchez, who has 3 fouls. Rodriguez being double-teamed. Finds Perry at the elbow. That one's a bit short, bouncing around. Another offensive rebound. Samuel is blocked. They're going to call the foul, though, and this should go for a pair of free throws. Steve, that's got to be the 5th, 6th look that Western's had on this possession alone.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the UMass that was really dominating the offensive boards and defensive boards before halftime, and they're lacking that right now.
And that one, instead of going on Powers, which would have been his 4th, instead it's on Sanchez. So Sanchez out there with 4 fouls, also with 3 fouls on the possession. The Beacons now up to 7 fouls, and Western will shoot the 1-and-1. Samuel, though, misses both. That's the only positive about that possession for the Beacons. Barnes up top for Sanchez with 20 on the shot clock, out there with Powers, Freeman, and Kirksey. 3 seniors, 1 junior, 1 freshman. Powers up top, takes the long 2, looking to get the lead, a little bit strong, long rebound. Sanchez able to keep it alive. The Beacons with a 2nd look on this possession. UMass Boston trailing by a single point. Sanchez dishes off for Freeman. He can hit from that range, being tempted to by Perry. Powers was calling for it. Sanchez for 3, a little bit off the mark. 2 players there for WestConn. Samuel the rebound. 2:23 to go. Every possession becomes a little bit more pressure as this game goes along, especially if this lead stays at even one possession the rest of the way.
And we talked about the importance of free throws. The Western Connecticut missed those 2 free throws. That puts them at 50% on the game.
Rodriguez towards the basket, gets around Powers, tipped out by Freeman, finds Kirksey. Kirksey tapped from behind. Another reach in. This will be a 1-and-1. Is it Rodriguez or Trayvon Perry being whistled for this one?
And if it is Rodriguez, he would be out for the rest of the game.
That is a huge blow. Rashard Rodriguez has been great in this second half. Finishes the game with 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, but his impact almost came exclusively in this second half, and he'll head to the bench with 2 minutes exactly to go. Kareem Kirksey will shoot the 1-and-1 here, the final 1-and-1 of the game for the Beacons, a chance to tie and potentially give the Beacons the lead. Kirksey's first, nothing but net, tying this game up at 71. This game's a lot lower in scoring than we expected. Remember, WestConn had scored at least 77 points in every game. Only have 2 minutes left, although they easily could get to that total again. Kirksey no good on the second. We're even at 71 with 2 minutes to go after the defensive board by the Colonials. Brown, Perry, Green, Elias Rodriguez back in there, and Aaron Samuel. One Rodriguez for another in the substitution. Green over to the corner. Brown looking for his first three. This one finally falls. The fourth made three for Western Connecticut State, and it's a 74-71 game with 95 seconds left.
Brown really struggling all day. Finally gets the bottom of the net on a three.
He had been 0 for 7 to that point. Sanchez the answer with the left-hand lay, and the Beacons will call the timeout. 74-73, Western Connecticut State leads with 1:22 to play. Stick with us after this commercial break for the exciting finish of a great Little East Conference matchup.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there's a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, so it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
Western ball out of the timeout. Remember, folks, stick with us after the game. We'll have an interview with head coach Jason Harris, regardless of the final finish. And the Beacons starting a 4-game homestand. They'll be at home on Wednesday when they take on UMass Dartmouth at 7:30. And then next Saturday they host Keene State before opening January with their final non-conference matchup against Pine Manor. Freeman called for the block. Jason Harris is trying to stay contained, but he's very upset with that call as Freeman camped out along the line, hoping for the travel. And it'll lead to a 1-and-1 here for Jouch Green. Important free throws upcoming for a Western Connecticut State team that, Steve, you keep mentioning it, they're just 6 of 11 from the free throw line.
Yeah, definitely struggling today, and obviously tough officiating for these last 2 games that we've been at. I mean, a lot of fouls called, and just let the kids play. That's what I always say.
Green hits the first. He's 1 for 1 from the 4 for 6 from the free throw line. Has 16 points. He knocks down both to stretch the lead back to 3. 1:21 to play. 76-73 Western Connecticut State. 19 fouls against the Colonials, 8 against the Beacons. Sanchez looking to drive. Had Powers. Instead he looked for Freeman off of a Colonial and out of bounds.
And Ty Lee still hasn't seen the floor today. Find him on the injured reserve right now for the Colonials.
Yeah, at the end of the bench right now with his knee wrapped, certainly done for the day. Tough for Western Connecticut State, one of their top players, their top scorer overall. Barnes on the inbounds needs help. He'll throw it out for Sanchez with 19 on the shot clock. Beacons certainly don't need a 3 at this point. Would like a basket to cut into the deficit. Powers over for Kirksey, corner 3 to tie it. Nothing but net, and we're even at 76. Minute exactly to go. See which team can win this final minute, or are we destined for overtime? Brown near side for Green, working around an Elias Rodriguez screen. Green into the corner for Brown, who just hit a 3. He'll dribble around Sanchez, tries to get it over. The Beacons call for a reach in. This could be the 5th on Iser Barnes. You can hear Jason Harris even through the headset screaming every time at the referees. Instead, that'll actually be the 4th on Barnes. So 4 on Sanchez, 4 on Barnes for the Beacons. We've already seen Rashard Rodriguez foul out for Western Connecticut State, and Marcus Brown will head to the free throw line. He's hit just 1 shot all day. 1 of 8 from the field, 1 of 5 from distance. The 1-and-1, too strong. Kirksey the rebound. We're even at 76. Looking for a tie-up. Instead, Elias Rodriguez is called for the reach-in. And we'll see Kareem Kirksey head to the line for 2.
Yeah, it looked a little physical, a little more than a jump ball. Really got his hand in there.
And on the other side, Jason Harlow expressing his displeasure with the call. Can't argue with him. Neither coach has been happy. None of the fans today have been happy.
In both games.
We'll see Kareem Kirksey, the senior, head to the line for a pair right now. Kirksey at the day, 2 for 4 from the free throw line. 11 points on the day. Knocks down the first thanks to the front of the rim. Kirksey on the season, 74.4% free throw shooter.
And you talked about it. We talked about it last Wednesday. The Beacons really struggled free throw shooting, and they lost the game because of that. So it should be interesting in the last minute
Kirksey, 1 of 2. Powers able to save it off the foot of Perry. What a huge play from Dan Powers. We mentioned the pregame. The player to watch makes a lot of plays that don't show up in the stat sheet. That's one of them. So the Beacons will get it back with 38.6 to play.
Very hard-nosed worker, and I mean, yeah, we mentioned it. He's a defensive guy. He's a hustle guy, and obviously he shows it right there.
Beacons with a 1-point lead with 38.6. Stripped out of the hands of Freeman. Out of bounds off the Jouch Green. 37 seconds left. 26 on the shot clock. The Colonials do not need to foul. They can play out this defensive possession down by 1. They'll get it back with at least 11 seconds unless the Beacons can extend the possession. Any foul on either side right now, unless it's an offensive foul, will lead to free throws. Sanchez waiting. Has to move to avoid the 5-second call. Brown on him. Back to the near side looking for Powers. Finds Freeman in and out of his hands. Held on to by Perry. And Sam Freeman, the Beacons senior leader, has a chance to go to the line and stretch this lead to potentially 3 points. As Harlow off his bench is very upset. Freeman with 20 and 13 thus far. Just his second and third free throw attempts of the day. A man who comes in third on the team at 75.4%.
I was just looking for that stat. You stole it right out of my mind.
Huge free throws for Sam Freeman at UMass Boston. Freeman too strong on the first. That was the third on Trayvon Perry. Either way, Western Connecticut State was going to have a chance to tie. Now they'll have a chance to tie or win. Freeman trying to extend the lead out to 2. The Beacons have struggled down the stretch. Freeman in and out, and it's just a 1-point lead. How often do you see Freeman go 0 for 2? Harlow will call a timeout, and Western Connecticut State will have a chance to play for the win here, and the final possession will take a timeout left. The Beacons, 1 for their last 4 from the free throw line, giving Western Connecticut State a chance. We'll be back with the final possession, potentially here from the Clark.
UMass Boston is my first choice because of the incredible theater department.
Because it has an excellent honors college.
Because here I get to interact with professors one-on-one.
Because I'm not going to be crazy in debt when I graduate.
Because at UMass Boston, I've met professors who have changed my life.
My first choice.
My first choice.
My first choice.
My first choice.
Make the University of Massachusetts Boston your first choice. Visit umb.edu/first choice.
Western Connecticut State trails by a point, but they have the ball with 21.3 seconds left. A foul will lead to the 1-and-1 unless it's a shooting foul, and they have the possession arrow if the Beacons can get a tie-up.
No Rodriguez, no Bonham. Who do you go to?
Right now, I would say Trayvon Perry or Jouch Green. They're out there with Samuel, Marcus Brown, and Elias Rodriguez. It's up top for Green, looking to spin. Great look around Freeman, over Freeman, and it's a 1-point lead for Western Connecticut State, 78-77. Powers around Green, ahead for Freeman, looking for the win. Freeman goes up, no good. Powers fighting for it, 2 seconds, 1, and we're going to get a foul on the Beacons. Trayvon Perry able to grab the rebound. Jason Harris is screaming at one of the officials as Kareem Kirksey and Icer Barnes behind the play are just shocked by the results of this, how this game is played out. Now the good thing is that's only 4 on Powers. You still have 1.2 seconds left. That doesn't sound like a lot, but even if Perry hits this, you can get an open look on a 3. You could potentially send this game to overtime, and that's if Perry hits both. Steve, do you purposely miss the second here, trying to make it more difficult for the Beacons to set up?
Oh, definitely, yes. That's what I'd exactly do. I mean, if you get it half court, you have enough time to take a 3, whereas it'd be a full court shot.
Trayvon Perry hits the first, 79-77 in favor of the Colonials. Get a Beacons timeout. See what Jason Harris can script up. With 1.2 seconds left. So you're going for the purposely missed free throw. The rebound obviously becomes huge. Remember, in basketball, 0.7 seconds is the demarcation line. You have to have at least 0.7 seconds left to get off a jump shot. You can tip it in with less than 0.7, but otherwise, doesn't matter what you're doing. As we'll see Mohamed Gabor check in for his 3-point shooting. Freshman out of Arlington.
And this Clark Athletic Center has gone quiet. The fans are in awe on the way this game has really turned out.
Free throw shooting could be the Beacons' Achilles heel for a second straight game.
Yeah, I mean, when you look back on it, Sam Freeman had 2 free throws, missed them both.
Beacons down to 15 of 25, 60%. They had a wide edge on Western just moments ago, but missing 3 of their last 4. Western 8 of 14. Huge free throw here for Perry. Referee going over to the scorer's table. Perry to the line with 1.2 seconds left. His team up by 2. Purposely misses. Rebound in the hands of Powers. Tries to get it off. The Beacons can't believe there's no foul there. There's a Western player contacting him. The Beacons lose 79-77. Steve, a second consecutive loss for the Beacons where they gave up the final couple points in the loss. And I think Jason Harris, who's extremely frustrated right now, has some good reason for complaint about some of the no calls late in this contest.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the officiating in the first game. You saw it now. It's a tough way to go, especially when they take the game out of the players' hands.
Well, just as we saw in the women's game, the team that lost the first contest comes back and wins the second. Both of these two teams splitting during the regular seasons. Western Connecticut State improves to 3-4 in conference. UMass Boston falls to 3-4 as well. We're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll see if Jason Harris will join us on the air down low as the Beacons fall 79-77.
2-2 pitch swung on and missed.
Kyle Strowski from Agawam, Massachusetts. I'm a senior here at UMass Boston. I'm a marketing major. Probably have to say my favorite moment was my no-hitter my freshman year. Being a freshman, especially just making a statement right away. Seeing the reactions on the seniors' faces, it was something that was a lot of fun to be a part of. If you want to play and you want to compete for championship every year, definitely UMass Boston is a good place to come look at.
And now, this one's launched, right center field. That's going to win the game for the Beacons. It is down.
LEC is probably best division in college D3 baseball in the country. Play against the top competition every year. I think we have a top 10 schedule in the country this year. So we're young, but we also mix in with a good group of junior college transfers.
To Barnes, who's always looking to push the pace. Barnes finds Powers, passes up on the 3 on the closeout from Rodriguez, able to find Freeman, even in Perry, with Freeman giving him room up top for Rodriguez. Elias will take the deep 3, drains it clean with Sanchez, Powers, Barnes, and Freeman. Powers rumbles to the hole, finishes with the left hand. At this point, now Freeman finds himself on the block. Immediately, 3 bodies come with him. Powers underneath Rodriguez. Another bat. The Beacons looking to run 2-on-2. Barnes with Snelly to his right. Leaves it off for him. The Beacons lead and 1. 53-3. Had to pull it back out. Powers heads to the scorer's table. 10:25 to go. Barnes works around a Freeman screen. Long 2. Nothing but net. And the Beacons had no one around him. Sanchez leaves it off for Freeman from the free throw line. And 1 opportunity. Holding the pivot foot to Freeman and right back. 20 on the shot clock, under 10 to play. The Beacons holding a 1-point lead. Barnes, a nice job to find Freeman down low. Play. Sanchez loses it. Bynum's in a ton, averages 10.8. I think with that, too, he should be up to 12. Sanchez to the far side. Barnes looking for a big 3. drains it. The three gives it back to Barnes. 9 on the shot clock. Down to Freeman. Double team, maybe triple team. Turns inside, can't get the finish. Powers the tip, and the Beacons at this point would like a basket to cut into the deficit. Powers over for Kirksey, corner three to tie it. Nothing but net, and we're even at 70. Rodriguez. It's up top for Green, looking to spin. Great look around Freeman, over Freeman.
I'm Elizabeth Flavin, sophomore business management major from Edina, Minnesota. I love being a part of this volleyball team. Volleyball is what brought me to UMass Boston. I looked at our recruiting website one last time and saw UMass Boston on it, came out for a visit the next week, and it kind of hit all the boxes that I was looking for. In a good city, good academic school, good volleyball program, it had everything I wanted. Although it was far away from home, I knew this is where I wanted to be. Winning 6 back-to-back LEC titles is really a dynasty, I think, and Terry has really focused hard on recruiting and building this dynasty and continuing to build a program that can continue to win championships, and it's really lucky to be a part of something this great. Last year I was the Little East Conference Defensive Player of the Year, All-Conference second team, NCAA Regional MVP of the regional tournament, ABC All-Region Honorable Mention, and New England Women's Volleyball Association All-Rookie Team and Honorable Mention. I think my favorite game would have to be playing in the regional championship last year. We played against a really good Williams team, and I think that match, we started off a little shaky and lost the first set. We've lost in the whole playoff season, and I think that kind of shook us a little bit. We came back firing, and we're ready to go those next couple games. Our coaches are bringing in a lot of really strong girls who want to make a commitment and make an impact in this program, and I think that is why we're continuing to do well and will continue to do well for the next few years. Being a student here has been really awesome as well. I've recently started taking more of my business classes and found that's a good choice and a good fit for me. And eventually I hope to open my own business and kind of be successful and do what I love at the end of the day.
Welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center, folks. Sorry about the lack of an interview audio. Forgot to turn on the microphone. That'll happen sometimes. I can sum up Jason Harris's sentiments in a couple of words. He was very disappointed by the referee's inconsistency. That was said a couple of times. Right now we'll take a look at the final statistics, the team stats first. UMass Boston out shooting Western Connecticut State from the field, from the line, from the three-point line. Out-rebounded them, but the 21 turnovers, certainly a backbreaker in today's contest.
21 turnovers, and just when you look at the obviously, it was free throws at the end of the game. Yes, they did a good job throughout the whole game. They hit down a lot of free throws, but it was at the end of the game where they scuffled.
Western Connecticut State turning those 21 Beacons turnovers into a 27-7 advantage in points off turnovers. Also had their bench outscore the Beacons 35-9. Right now we'll look at the team leaders for the two sides. Western Connecticut State had to use a couple of players who aren't typically their top scorers. Jouch Green with 19 points, 17 for Trayvon Perry, 12 more for Aaron Samuel, and 11 for Evan Curtin. For the Beacons, 5 players in double figures. Freeman with 20, 13 from Barnes, 12 each from Sanchez and Kirksey, and 11 from Dan Powers. Freeman and Powers both finishing with double-doubles. Aaron Samuel led Western Connecticut State with his 8 rebounds. Right now we'll take a look ahead for UMass Boston. 3 more home games coming up. Beacons will hope to get some better results. They're home on Wednesday against UMass Dartmouth at 7:30. Next Saturday, a home date with Keene State College at 3, and then they host Pine Manor College in the Beacons' final non-conference game. Wrapping up our doubleheader, we'd like to give a shout-out to our production crew. My name is Seth Dorensky, your producer and play-by-play guy, joined by Steve Witkowski. Instant replay was actually Pepper Baker. Alex Carasoto and Anthony Searles, your directors. Curly Robinson, Brian Kaufman, Sal Frashino, and Lauren Mitziaris, your camera operators for this one. The Beacons women's team earned the win in the first game. The Beacons men's team falls just short, 79-77 in game number 2. That'll do it from the Clark. A split on Little East Conference Saturday.